Dear friends, good morning. I'm happy to welcome you at the fourth Expert Forum Ukraine Goes Global. Here we are. Well, doesn't sound enough to me, dear friends. Welcome to the fourth Expert Forum Ukraine Goes Global. My name is Vladislav Antipov. I am the head of the Environmental Committee of the Commerce and Industry Chamber of Ukraine and am owner and the CEO of the biggest Ukraine's environmental consulting company, CERN. Today we're going to speak about business, export, and this is not only a matter of economy or money. This is about this is about bravery, ambitions, the readiness to compete with the best and the most powerful players on the market. And today's forum is organized by the Chamber of Commerce and Industry within the Consortium EN of Ukraine with the support of the Step Into You program. It means to support the various organizations of Ukraine on the way to the EU and expand the opportunities to and access to finances. I manage that. Round of applause. I would like to extend my appreciation to the armed forces of Ukraine. I can see the representatives here. Let's thank to our heroes who defend us and give us this chance to do what we do. Today we're going to have three panel discussions, the opportunity of the marathon opportunities, and you will hear the ideas of government representatives, of business, international experts, the team of Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And I would like to at the request of Ms. Zabrudska, we would like to make this forum more practical, more applicable. We don't want you to be just passive viewer, passive audience, and to make expert input operations right away. So our speakers are going to export their ideas and experience, and you have to import inspiration and motivation. Dear friends, let's get started. And for a welcoming note, I'm giving the floor to the President of Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Ukraine, Mr. Gennady Chizhikov. Welcome, everyone. Hello, everyone. After such an inspiring words, I have to keep up and to meet the expectations. Let me go back, take a step behind. So we're living through really difficult times. It's been the fourth year of full-scale invasion, and we're deeply grateful to our armed forces. We're deeply grateful to those who are every day in the trenches and take care of us. But I would also like to bring your attention to the fact that we're strong when we're united, when the rare business and front are united, and when we see eye to eye about many things. And today's forum is the moment when we have to show that Ukraine is the country of people who are united by one goal: to be a modern country, to win over the enemy and move forward towards Europe, to other countries and worlds where we can find new projects. So the idea of today's forum, Ukraine Goes Global, indicates our deep sense, Ukraine's deep sense, that we have always been and will be a part of the world. We want to be understandable and clear to everyone. We would like to have contacts with the entire world and do trading. I've always been proud of our business people, our entrepreneurs. They have proven that Ukraine is an interesting, innovative country that is quite exciting and a tasty one. We're so used to the fact that the shelves of our supermarkets display Ukrainian goods, and where we lived during the war. Ukrainians is not only the nation that shows the example of bravery to the entire world, but it shows many other interesting things that despite the bombardments, the attacks, we do not only encourage world to cooperate, to help us, we encourage the world to buy our produce because it's of high quality, it's tasty, it's environmental friendly, etc. So for the Chamber of Commerce and Industry and for this great team, it is very important for us to hear one another and to be very open, very sincere, and to speak about our strengths and weaknesses, something that impedes our progress. I can see our great friends here, and I'm so happy to welcome here the ambassadors of various countries. I apologize for not introducing each and every, but I surely can see all of you, and that's great honor for us. And this is also the indicator that you see the export opportunities in Ukraine. We also see military in this room. The goal of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in this country, that after the war is over, we jointly with our armed forces of Ukraine could integrate the servicemen and women into the business environment and to show success stories. And we're going to do that jointly with our dear veterans. Today's forum is not only about business. Export cannot be successful when you don't have close cooperation with the government, with the state. And the fact that we now actively cooperate with different ministries, first of all, Ministry of Economy, it pays a great attention to the economic cooperation with different countries and helps Ukrainian business people find financing to promote Made in Ukraine projects. And it shows that our joint effort will boost our progress. Those 4 years of war have been tough for us. We can remember very well that back in 2022, the exports of our country was almost 68 billion of US dollars, and the total turnover reached 61 billion of dollars, and it was a starting point for us. And we could see that in 2022, our export dropped from 68 billion by almost 30%. In 2023, export decreased even more, down to 36 billion. But what keeps inspiring us? Ukrainian business. It gives example that you can still move forward, find new opportunities even during the war. In 2024, in 2025, Ukrainian business, together with the state, with the government, indicates the increase of exports. Ukrainian business seeks new opportunities for export. Export is an avant-garde. And it's of utmost importance for our country because Ukraine is an export-oriented country. We cannot survive without export, without proper logistics, without commercial ports. The data says that we export from 140,000 tons. And railroads cannot cope with these volumes. Seaports is the best way to export that. So jointly with our partners and neighboring countries, we think about the best logistics. Ukraine is not only agriculture. Yes, now it accounts for 60%, but Ukraine, there's a plane, there's machinery building, there's innovations, there's IT, transport companies. So together with you, we have to think how to figure out how to support these companies and help them go to external markets. And for the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, that takes care of SMEs, first of all. It is very important to make these enterprises stepping out to external markets. We say that export is simple. Well, it's not simple since if you know it, but we want business to break through these fear of export, and business unites the country. Since our country moves on the EU pathway, this small and medium-sized business is something that will bring us together with the EU countries and other countries, and I'm sure we will find opportunities for that. Sometimes when we talk with our close partners, they say, "Oh, you have so many agrarians, so you compete with us." Well, we do not mean that. We have markets that are happy to buy our produce, and not only in the EU but other continents. But business is more oriented to the added on the value added. And here we address to our European and other partners and ask them for technologies. We want to add this value at home and to go to come to new markets together with you, and that's going to be a real win-win. I would like to thank the team of Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to all our partners for carrying out this fourth forum, because the sustainability, the systematic approach is a great thing. It shows that despite all these difficulties through these years, we keep moving forward. Chamber and Commerce of Industry and Commerce is the biggest organization who takes care of the business, and we have the biggest experience of external economic activities. And during all this period, we keep promoting Ukrainian business as a non-governmental organization. And I'm pleased to say that the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Ukraine is the member of the board of European Association of European Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We're also the part of the International Federation of Chamber of Commerce. That includes 65 millions of businesses. We can represent Ukraine in Bogota of American Summit that welcomes 63 Latin American and other companies. We had the chance to step on the African market. For example, we took part in the Kenyan Congress. We'll also cooperate with Australia and other countries. So Ukrainian business has these opportunities, and we have to use these tools that enable us to develop. And we speak both about governmental, non-governmental organizations as the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And I can see here many members of the chamber and business people, the heads of various associations, with whom we have very fruitful and close cooperation. I'm very thankful that my colleagues from the regional chambers of commerce and industry who represent local businesses are here. Ukraine is not only a heroic country, but it's also very innovative, very courageous, and how I like to put it, a very tasty country. And let's bring together our effort and we'll make Made in Ukraine stylish, innovative, and cool. I would like to wish us all a really great work, very innovative in terms of communication. We have a few hours. And if you would like to establish cooperation with our other countries, we have so many colleagues here. You can just get to know each other and seek new opportunities. And let's make jointly with our partners, make our country interesting and powerful. Thank you very much for finding time. Thank you for supporting Expert and together going ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. So, friends, well, Gennady Dmitrich says that we have to support our business. Intuitively, we understand whom he addressed to. Of course, without the state support in any expert is impossible. So I would like to give the floor to a person who have done a lot for support of the Ukrainian business, for support of the Ukrainian experts. So I give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine, Andrei Telupa. So please, applause. Good afternoon, morning. I'm glad to welcome you here at this very important meeting. I have to go with the Prime Minister on mission, but for me it was very important to come to this event, to open it, and to say why the development of export is our priority, and that the government wants to focus on support export in its future program. Here I represent here the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine. This is the biggest ministry in the history of Ukraine after and for us, the development of export has become the biggest priority. The Ministry of Economy is about figures. It's very clear, and as any modeling of the Ukrainian economy shows that for the growth of Ukraine, we need to do the economy, the export of our priority. So as the market is global, so the development of export must be the priority of your business, of your directions. As Ukraine has been integrating into the unified market of Ukraine, and it's not connected with the accession of Ukraine. We are inching towards the integration, so we feel the change of this mood in Brussels because for the security reason and for the change of the American administration, we feel that mood. They can see that Europe must have autonomy, and they see that Ukraine is one of the solution for this problem. So Ukraine will be integrated into European market. This is one of the biggest global markets, and Ukraine will be a link of these industrial chains that will give possibilities to the Ukrainian business to grow. When you look at the structure of our export, so the perspective of the raw material export is quite limited because the biggest share of our export is agricultural products. We need to talk about the growth of food processing and the growth of the products with added value. And we are motivating the Ukrainian business to develop this export direction, but we understand that export will not grow due to some patriotic motives. So the government has to do a lot of work to support the Ukrainian producers and made in Ukraine. So the government has launched the Ukrainian policy made in Ukraine in order to support the Ukrainian producers. So this program has been valid for 2 years, and for this and for time there are a lot of programs, and over 50,000 enterprises has used the possibilities of these programs, and over 60,000 jobs were created. And if we look at the GDP, so we planned 2% of the growth and 1%. This is the support for business made in Ukraine. So within the framework made in Ukraine, we have a direction raw material export, and here we are focusing on the development of export due to the export agency. And if we look at the statistics, it's about dozens of billions of exports. And if we compare the dynamics, so this year the Ukrainian export was supported for 80% than for the previous years. And we are discussing this with the Ministry of Finance. We want to have the possibility to support the Ukrainian export in the biggest amount. So if we look at our budget, so there is a new program, support program for business its participation in the international expositions, and we will cooperate with the Chamber of Commerce and our business to present our business at the global markets. Unfortunately, right now we can't bring here to Ukraine German companies, Japanese companies, but we can bring Ukrainian companies to those countries. We think that the Ukrainian business must be represented at all global platforms. So next year we are planning to present Ukrainian stands at the expositions and support Ukrainian business for development. And we are also working actively with the Minister of Foreign Affairs so that our agency supports our export and made in Ukraine. And in general, state policy must be global as well. So we are moving towards the support of national producers, and next stage, this is the support of the participation of our businesses in exports. We have already signed memorandum with made in Ukraine with made in Britain, and next memorandum will be dedicated to the cooperation with France. Then we have Germany, Japan, and Netherlands who presents their interest. So the awareness of Ukraine will be converted into sales. So Made in Ukraine is a good brand which is sold in the world. So Made in Britain did a survey, and they saw that 10% of the British companies are ready to support Ukrainian goods. So the name Made in Ukraine will be sold very good in the United Kingdom. They would like to take advantage of it. So here we would like to support the Ukrainian business. We will overcome the administrative barriers, internal. So we have a lot of complaints about the customs office and tax authorities, and we will work with this, and we will overcome the external barriers, of course. We will stand for the interest of the Ukrainian exporters. Ukraine must define its interests very precisely, and here we are not competitors, we are partners. So right now we are preparing the new industrial strategy that will be based on the interest of our strategic partners, so we could be integrated in their industrial chains, and our exports will be increased, will be doubled, and this goal is well achievable. And as we have such experience, so regardless the military restrictions, we have possibilities to grow. So we are focusing on the export. So Ukrainian business must be global. So let's make Made in Ukraine global. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrei. Thank you for everything you are doing, and the whole ministry and the entire Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture. I understand that they have a business trip with our Prime Minister. Now I understand who understand that Yulia Seredenko is waiting for him. So export is the most important topic, but unfortunately, the world, unfortunately or fortunately, is moving towards protectionism. So it's not enough to support export inside Ukraine. We need the support of our partners. We need so our partners let our products go to their market. So I would like to give the floor to Nicola Sebona, Head of Trade and Economic Section of the EU delegation to Ukraine. So please welcome him.
Good morning. Thank you for the welcoming. Um, I very much like the title of the conference, Ukraine Goes Global, because I think these days, maybe this year, is less obvious to say this and to commit to these ideals of open market and open economy and open trade than it used to be. But let me start with the fact that the EU maintains its commitment to open trade and to pursuing open markets. Just this week, um, the EU concluded negotiations with Indonesia for a free trade agreement. It's a country that today is not on the top list of our trade, but that has enormous potential. A country of more than 300 million people, that will be a huge possibility for our export, a huge possibility of cooperation and so on. So how is Ukraine benefiting from this? Of course, Ukraine also pursues open and creative trade policy with partners. And one day, as a EU member, will also benefit from the opening of the market that we have created. And it's good that we are indeed in line with this approach. But also today can benefit from the opening that we are pursuing, from the fact of being one of our privileged partners, and waiting for the day when Ukraine is a member of the EU. We continue to lower the barriers, doing one of the job in which we are best, which is to lower the barriers and to make market closer, and to pursue what has been given as a goal by our president, Ursula von der Leyen, to give to Ukraine a seamless access to the European market. And we keep doing that with ongoing policies. Just in the coming weeks, it will enter into force the revision of the association agreement that will give more opportunities for export, mainly on the agricultural sphere. In the next year, well, from 1st of January, Ukraine will join the Rome Like at Home EU space, which is also maybe a small thing for everyday life, but a big symbol to bring Ukraine and the EU closer. And we work on the task of achieving an agreement on acceptance and conformity for industrial product, which is known as visa-free for industrial products. So we have a lot of policies, and Ukraine already took advantage since the start of the association agreement of the opportunities to integrate in our supply chain and to take advantage to export into the EU and to benefit and contribute to EU products that are exported in the world. But of course, we have strong headwinds in the last years because of the war that makes more difficult investments, access to credit, and so on. So the EU is doubling its effort to support Ukrainian business in this. We have several projects that support guarantees, training, access to credit, and so on. And thanks to all of them, we estimate that last year we were able to push export by 10% upwards and to create an estimated of 18,000 jobs and to create additional revenue for programs, EU for Business. The policies that we have to support Ukrainian companies to produce and to export, and with a very practical approach with links to banking institutions and training opportunities and so on. So I with this, let's say, small practical touch, I invite you all to visit this and to share it in your association, in your communities, because we want that these opportunities are shared and available to everyone. So with this, I just wish good conference and good work in bringing Ukraine closer to the world by exporting its beautiful and successful products and ideas and services. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nicola. Very good words. Друзі, я, коли виступав Нікола, подивився.
I looked at our guests, and I saw that not many people use the headphones. So I welcome everyone who speaks English. But if you need headphones, you can take and you can use the interpretation. So please, I am active for businessmen. I understand how it's important role of the international projects to push our experts. They share their expertise. They give our advice how to open markets. Very often, free of charge, they provide consultations, and they can give a lot of benefits. I mean, international projects. So today they give us opportunities to communicate, to share experience. I would like to give the floor to Hagen Etner, Program Director, Step into EU, GIZ, Ukraine Online. So please.
Hi, the floor is yours.
Hey, thank you very much for this nice introduction. It's really a great pleasure for me and honor to welcome you at the opening of today's fourth Expert Support Forum, which is organized by our partner, the Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So we cooperate with UCCI already for quite a long time, since 2018, in different project contexts. And I was just introduced as the director of the new program Step into EU. This is really a new program we kicked off very recently, which is now providing the cooperation framework until the end of 2028. So far, this program is funded by the German government, but we expect additional funding partners to join this autumn. So I think they will also have some news very soon. Now, what is this program all about, and what's the link to also today's forum and today's topic? So our objective is to support the Ukrainian economy through EU approximation. So this link was, of course, mentioned already quite a few times, that EU approximation is creating great potential for Ukrainian economy. What we do there is, on one hand, we support the Ukrainian government with its impressive reform agenda, and we heard that from Andriy Telyupa. So there is a great push towards to adopt the EU acquis in economic chapters, but also domestic reforms are pushed quite strongly to make actually exports drivers for economic development in Ukraine. And here, exports and further integration into the EU single market play a key role, what we are supporting. Nicola also mentioned it, the removing of trade barriers in relation to European Union. We saw the strong commitment from EU side to contribute to this lowering of trade barriers. We also do that as a program. So we are providing legal advice, technical support, analytical inputs, but also support to improve the national quality infrastructure. When we look at domestic reforms, of course, the updated national export strategy plays a key role in the future, and an important framework also to align efforts from different partners towards export support. This is also something we supported in the past. So the update of the national export strategy and also supporting the wider public discussions of the draft at national and regional level. So we consider that work on the legal and the policy framework very important. At the same time, it is also very important to go a step further and work not only with the government, but also with the private sector and companies. I think the opportunities of further EU integration to boost competitiveness of Ukraine's economy are quite obvious and have been mentioned already a few times. And there we help companies, especially in sectors of high potential and relevance, to identify those opportunities and utilize them. Also for a stronger integration of value chains and export of products with higher added value. So this is also what Andrei Lupa was mentioning here, the link also to Made in Ukraine initiative. At the same time, and I think we also shouldn't underestimate that, we see that further EU alignment also creates new regulatory challenges for Ukrainian economies. And that's also why we are supporting Ukrainian partners, such as the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to provide Ukrainian companies with information, new advisory service, and also get them ready to understand the both challenges and opportunities of stronger market integration. We believe that the major challenges of a very ambitious EU accession process, combined of course now also with the strong impact of the Russian war on the entire Ukrainian economy, require really joint efforts from many partners. And that is also the reason why we are supporting dialogue processes and events between business, civil society, and state actors at various levels, be it in Kiev and in the regions, to discuss and further develop these framework conditions for trade and the promotion of Ukrainian exports. And today's forum is one of the examples of such a dialogue we also want to facilitate. The German government is determined and highly motivated to continue the comprehensive support to Ukraine's economy and the Ukrainian government on its path from a close trading partner of the EU to a member of the European Union's single market. I can also reiterate for our new program, Step into EU, that we will continue this support both on government level and with the private sector to support this economic integration. Here, when we look at the very concrete next step, we will also be supporting the implementation of the new export strategy in two directions. One is with concrete export promotion measures focused on strong Ukrainian export sectors with a high share of SMEs, but also with a coordination mechanism to bring stakeholders together. This is a learning exercise we had from the implementation of the SME strategy, where we saw how a strong coordination of international partners, but also with local partners, can really facilitate efficient implementation of such strategies. When we really have a good understanding how we organize task sharing between different partners and how we create synergies in joint action. So today's forum represents an important step towards a step forward on Ukraine's journey towards EU markets. And I look forward also to the lively discussions and fruitful exchanges that will take place. Yeah, we share common goals and we stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Дякую.
Thank you very much.
Друзі,
Dear friends, as I've mentioned at the beginning, we're deeply grateful to our armed forces of Ukraine, to all the heroes who defend us today and keep their fight to protect our countries. And I would like to give the floor to a very powerful delegation from the Committee of Entrepreneurs on veteran activities. It's like lending in our forum. Mr. Sergei Pozniak, the head of committee, a veteran committee, and the head of Association of Entrepreneurs Veterans. Alexei Zubach, the commander of the battalion named after Sergei Kulchitsky, and the president of Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Ukraine, Mr. Chizhikov. Give a warm welcome. Sergei, over to you. Okay, I'm taking the floor. This is my commander, Alexei Zubach. We've been fighting with him for over almost 2 months on Pokrovsk direction. It's a very tough one. The servicemen and women are simple guys and girls. We have the skill zone, and even it's we're in a kill zone that's inside of the other kill zone. And we also have the civilian component. Unfortunately, there are families of our fallen comrades. We see the support of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry to the veteran businesses. We can see Ms. Victoria Listuk here. She's the director of the foundation of a battalion named after Kulchitsky. She is also a servicewoman, and these people need support. We already have the support of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and I'm so proud that we have this first national community of this scale that created the Committee on Veterans. And I'm very well aware of the value of us being able to get together here. I'm giving the floor to my commander, Alexei Vasilievich. He will speak. He will say a few words of gratitude. Mr. President, dear members of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Ukraine, glory to Ukraine, to heroes' glory. Let us hand you over the flag of our legendary battalion named after Kulchinsky. This is not like a token of solemn ceremony. It reminds us the price that each serviceman and woman pays when combating the enemy. Because everyone is involved into protecting our motherland, both business and our life. Thank you very much for your support, Victoria. This is our combat line. This flag saw the blood in the hottest directions of protecting our land. Please give a round of applause. So please support military, support veterans, support the charity foundation of battalion named Kulchitsky. The eternal memory and glory to all the heroes who gave their lives to the territorial integrity and independence of our country. Thank you very much to our heroes, and this symbol will keep reminding us that the war is going on, and this is our joint effort of both frontline and the rear. We have to move forward together until the full victory. And then there will be the celebration. Thank you very much. It's a very important symbol for Chamber of Commerce and Industry. It will remind us that we have to bring attention of our people to the fact that war is going on, and we have to join our efforts to move forward to our victory, to heroes' glory. Thank you, dear friends. Let's give another round of applause. And while our stage is getting ready for the next panel, I would like to express my appreciation to the armed forces of Ukraine and their representatives to defend our country, to win over the enemy. We all need to join our efforts. And it's of tremendous importance what you do. It's impossible to work for the entrepreneurs to push forward the economy. And well, let's now go down to our first panel discussion. It will look at advancing towards the EU regulation and how our business has to reshape itself to join EU markets, maybe markets beyond the EU. But what is clear is the following. First of all, we have to change our mindset. As Mr. President mentioned in his speech, as a small and medium-sized business have to develop this habit of export. They have to put themselves on this track and push this train ahead. And I'm inviting the moderator of the first panel. Give a round of applause. Please welcome Volodymyr Vlasyuk. Oh, like it's a bit loud. Please, Volodymyr is a fantastic expert. He is a director of the state enterprise, Ukrainian industry expertise. Okay, let me give you a mic, and you will introduce yourself then. Thank you, Vladislav. Well, our company has a difficult name, difficult title, but well, we're stuck to this name. Let's continue with our forum. And I would like to say this. We realize that export is a very important issue for the country. When our domestic market has shrunk, we have fewer people, a smaller purchase capability. The external markets play a significant role. And we have about $17 billion of the added value. And export has to counterbalance the deficiencies in the domestic market. And export is a cross-sectoral issue. Mr. Chizhikov mentioned that it comprises logistics, external diplomacy, finances, the skills, the supply chain, so many issues. To bring that all together, we have to incentivize exports at different points for it to grow. We had the chance to develop the national export strategies, and we indicated about 100 practical activities to implement. It is now under consideration of the Ministry of Economy, and the government is going to adopt the national export strategy in September. I know. And then this document brings together everything to various directions to support export comprehensively, and we have to be very pragmatic here. If you let me, I would like to show you just 3 slides before introducing our dear speakers. We all realize that we have a structural problem in Ukrainian economy. These charts show the level of GDP, the exports, and the ratio between the export and GDP. On the right, we see on the left we see Ukraine, on the left we see Poland, but we can see they have much bigger numbers. It was about 417 in Poland and 51 in Ukraine. But the main thing is the ratio between export and internal domestic product. We can see that the export role before the full-scale invasion had been unfortunately decreasing. It related to a complex of factors, and we know that we have to overcome this trend because the accelerated growth and sustainable one, it requires export-oriented growth because the external markets can purchase our products. The domestic market won't be able to cope with that, and we have to exploit these capabilities of the external markets. This was the road of all economic wonder countries. It was about 15 countries in the world. So this industrial, the export strategy Mr. Telupa mentioned, has to stimulate this change of this trend. When we were preparing this export strategy, we took into consideration all these macroeconomic configurations. I would like to show you the framework of this strategy and bring us closer to the subject of our conversation. This is the mission of National Export Strategy. This is improvement on the resilience of Ukrainian economy, improved its technological components, and transition to the export-oriented growth through increase of production and export. We have three strategic objectives. The first is the creation of infrastructure of certification of the exported products. It means that we have to influence various aspects of export. We have to create facilitating conditions for exporters. It's tariff regulations, overcoming barriers, and the development of infrastructure on international certification of the products. So this alignment of standards, this is something our panel is looking at, the structural alignment and harmonization and conformity of European standards and Ukrainian standards should be looked at a much broader context than only EU-Ukraine trading. Because if we comply with these standards, it means we can export to many countries. It means we can cover the entire world. It automatically applies to Switzerland, to Turkey, despite them not being EU members. But if we have the standards, this is a quality mark. We can export to China, to the global south, and other markets who have this capability. So we have to express our gratitude to the EU partners because they, in a good way, make us do it. And in this way, it prepares us better for global competition. And it means that we're able to overcome this important barrier. We carried out a survey among our businesses. About 35% of businesses mentioned that it takes longer to get the certificates. Well, it's a larger business, it's not as big problem. But if it's medium size or small business, the certification amounting to up to 30,000 euro, well, it can be an issue. If Ukraine has this certification structure, it improves operation of this business. So we have to overcome cross this barrier. So I will show you the last slide. It shows the strategic goal number 2. It focuses on the alignment with the standards, conformity with the standards. And the operation, and we have to amend the law of Ukraine on the state monitoring and the control. It will open the way to signing the agreement on conformity, assessment and acceptance of products. It relates to non-food products, low voltage machinery and other. We'll also speak about the various sectors. Because these types, the first line types of products covers only 5% of sectors. We also have sectors who are competitive, who produce and export, but they are not a part of this process. If we include them, we will cover 20% of our export. But for that, we have to sign the first stage, and the other thing is the procedure of certification. We have the labs, about 800 labs, and many of them cover the certification of the input product. So we need to make the audit and enhance capacity for certification. Then after the audit, we will engage the external and internal resources for better equipping, upgrading these laboratories for full certification of the products. This roadmap covers 3 years, and it's a very important issue that we're going to discuss during our panel. Let me introduce our dear speakers.
So today, Mr. Pan Petr Polanja, he is the deputy head of viewing the two economic and sectoral policies for Ukraine. As I understand, Mr. Petr will be online and he will have a presentation. So as far as I understand, Mr. Vitaly Kindratyev is not here. So Ralph Lorek is a team leader, economic policy reform advisory, step into EU. So before him there was Mr. Hagen. So this is a practical job of GIZ, and everyone can confirm it. Of course, here with us we have Mr. Evgen Garbar. As I understand, you are a member of the supervisory board, so please, Mr. Evgen, take your seat. Then Mr. Oleg Krikavsky, this is the relations with the government. Then he's Government Relations Director ArcelorMittal Kryvyi Rih. And Denis Bazilevich, I know him very well, and I'm glad to see him. This is the Government Relations Director of Nova companies. They are developing their network abroad. First of all, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Petr. Are you with us? I will follow our agenda and according to the list of our high esteemed speakers. So if Mr. Petr is here with us, so we're ready to give him the floor. If not, we will continue. So we have some time. So Ralph Lorek, if he's online. Pan Petr. Pan Petr.
The floor is yours, and as I understand, you will present some slides. Yes, now.
My question: Do you see my slide?
Окей. Так, давайте ми почекаємо, поки завантажаться слайди.
So let's wait for the upload of our slides. And as far as I understand, Mr. Petr looks at our reform in broader view. So the implementation of reform is one of his activities. So he's in Brussels right now. So we need to understand that when we are talking about the certification, so this work must be done by two sides, Ukraine and our partners from the European Union. For example, the adoption of our draft law is pending right now. There is our draft law regarding the market surveillance had to be adopted even before the war. But and we know that this is a quite sensitive issue for everyone, for consumers and for producers. So we have some technical issues.
We have sent the slides yesterday.
Yesterday, okay. It's nice, Peter. Maybe we'll wait some time, and so I'll give the floor. Oh, okay. We see now the slides. Ukrainian gradual integration in the single market. Okay, Peter. Yes. You can speak, I think.
This is
Okay.
thank you, thank you, thank you, Volodymyr, and good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning, and it's a pleasure to be with so many companies that help Ukraine fight in the war. And I think it's also very appropriate to see how they support economy. As you know, assisting Ukraine on many fronts. Our member states provide significant financial. Today, I would like to focus on the opportunities to work together with the European companies and get money from the market and bring this money back to Ukraine, employ the way for future restoration of the country and return of the people. I think, and this is the essence of my presentation, is giving the opportunities to the companies and to the people and build a better life in Ukraine. I hope this goes to my slide number 2.
Слайд наступний, якщо можна.
No, it didn't go to my slide number 2.
На жаль, трошки нестійкий зв'язок у нас. Ну як, виходить? Нестійкий зв'язок. So, Peter, it's sorry, there is no good connection, internet connection now here in chamber. Maybe we'll go further. Okay. And I wonder if Ralph can also present now our his presentation now. Well, let's speak with one of our speakers, which are present now as personally in order to go on. Давайте ми, можливо, переговоримо з кимось з наших спікерів, які зараз тут, поки готується слайдовий ряд Ральфа і виясняється питання із...
So we will speak with one of our speakers in presence. So, Mr. Yevgen, our export and credit agency, we know that there are a lot of companies who are using the services of your agency. Yes, that is true. Super, that's very important. We know the following indicators. If we look at the world, so our export credit agency covers 2% of all external export operations. We know that in Ukraine, this percent, the share is lower. There are a lot of reasons for this. We have had a meeting with Mr. Gashish when we were working on this strategy. There are some regulatory reasons. For example, the requirement to return foreign currency. Next, comfortable conditions to buy some products via Prozora. Then the cost of the pension fund. We know the charter capital is about 2 billion hryvnias, and which of them 2 million money, and the rest are bonds financed by the Ministry of Finance. So we proposed to increase the capital charter, and we propose to introduce these requirements. So please, if again, let us know how you are pushing this legislation, and tell us about the dynamic of your services. So good afternoon. I would like to present myself. I'm a member of the board, and I'm a main risk manager. So analytics, forecasting, and solvency, these are my responsibilities. So I would like to add, thank you very much for emphasizing a range of problems that we are facing, and the state can help us, and the solution of these problems may help us increase the efficiency of our activity and support our exporters. So we have a big team, and we must go to bed with the problems of exporters and wake up with the problems of exporters unless we find the solution. So right now we have some barriers, but we overcome these barriers. So what's happening? So at the end of this summer, our delegation went to the London Lloyd, and we spoke about the assurance of the Ukrainian risks. Why I decided to start it from the end? Because it's very interesting. I'm sure that you know there is war, and all insurance companies, state and private, closed limits for Ukraine. Our quote is quite small, and we presented ourselves when we showed our results. So the main focus was on that if Europe will would participate in insurance, they would take 50% of their risks. So 80% of these risks are European. First, Poland, then neighboring countries, and then Great Britain. When colleagues from Lloyd, conglomeration of insurance, looked at our portfolios, they started to think about it, and now we are trying to push these problems, and we are talking about brokers with brokers about our risks. So we are the youngest credit expert agency, and thanks to our state, we started our activities and support our exporters. But we contributed a lot to development of experts, and I can cite some figures, and we have possibilities to show these results to the global community. I would like to say thank you to our businessmen, and to express gratitude and underline the activity. The default level less than 1%. So this is export portfolio. We are analyzing this dynamics, and we can see the portfolio of risks for the banks, but exporters are the best clients. And right now, we are forming the statistics regarding the external importers. And right now, we understand which market is more risky, and that is influencing on pricing. We understand where tariffs are low, thanks to looking at those risks. I would like to explain the activity for our guests. We understand that we can ensure the economic security. There are two aspects. The first aspect, this is desire to work on Ukrainian markets, not to leave Ukraine. Unfortunately, there is such tendency. And right now, we ensure risks, export risks inside. We ensure the investments in Ukraine, both of foreign and domestic investors. That's quite new product. We started to introduce it from the beginning of the last year, and we have already ensured 250 million hryvnias here in Ukraine. So we did it to find the approach to everyone. So we have some credits, and when businessman wants to take this credit, we cover all the risks. And next, this is direct investment. When investors want to come to Ukraine, or he wants to invest in Ukraine, and he wants to be insured from the military risks and war risk, which is quite actual, and when he wants to avoid it, we do not insure property, just investors' risk, return of dividends, and conservation of investments. For investors, it's not important which warehouse has been burnt, but for him, it's important the opportunity for production. So investor must be sure that when he's at the Ukrainian market, he's protected from military and political risks. Second aspect, this is the access to money. It's our main activity. We cover all creditors' risks when he is financing exports. There are two types of programs. Pricing is not very low, 0.5% or about 1%. If products are difficult, it's about 3%, but in any case, it's lower than in the world. We have some limits, about 2 billion. Leverage is about 2 billion, and this is our ceiling of our opportunities. And now we are looking at the utilization of limits and give the opportunity to use this product as it is in high demand. So right now, we have a structural discussion with the National Bank, and I have focused that in the nearest future we may be allowed to double the amount of leverage. So if our capital right now 2.4 billion, and then we can increase it by 4 billion to conduct our activities. This is the first problem that you have mentioned. Second problem, this is the capital in itself. So we are seeking the possibilities. We are trying to attract some investors, foreign investors, to motivate Ukraine and our government to increase capitals. Right now, our liquidity, it's about a quarter of our capital, and we can cover financially all risk that we have. I can tell you even more. We have paid already, and we are covering losses of our creditors that they had. I would like to protect our exporters because there was problem with purchases. So the purchasers didn't pay, so we covered the risks. So our opportunities are confirmed, and we are ready to continue to support our investors. So we have another product. This is the direct support of trade operations regarding the insurance of external economic contracts. And here we see that these transactions are quite important, and there is a currency control problem. We are discussing with the National Bank and the government in terms of the amendments to the legislation, and right now we are receiving some support from the government. And the concept is being changed. So I think that in upcoming future we will have some amendments. But these products are in the process of automation, and the decision and solution will be taken in 10 minutes. So we are opening our gates for our clients, for our purchases, and we will introduce these underwriting procedures. So we are open to the dialogue, to support for experts. We understand the importance of this, and we live in this problem.
I can see that our guest already here. Thank you very much. We have to understand that without financing the export, we won't be able to scale up the export. I'm glad that Mr. Tulupa mentioned that when we will have a decapitalization of export credit agency, if we want to see the country with scaled up economy, we have to scale up institutions. And it is the global practice. You cannot create a perfect institution at once, but the law on this agency was voted long ago, and it expands its capacity through cooperation, capitalization. We have to support this pathway and accelerate it, because without this institution, we won't have the powerful expert. This is what we see in this year. Unfortunately, our expert is smaller, and we have this grain export and other goods, but we're looking at expanding the export of goods with added value, and we need this agency to promote this process. I can see Pata joined us and Ralph joined us.
Try one again, Peter, with you and with your presentation now.
Yes, I will try.
Maybe let's try again. Because we are very impatient to look for your slides now and your comment from the Brussels.
Yes, thank you. Does it work now? Do you hear me? Do you see my slides?
Yes, we hear you. That's excellent. So we hear you good, but now we are waiting for your slides, Rose, yes.
Okay, I'm projecting, but otherwise I can go also without slides if this... I mean, I'm sharing my screen, so I hope it works.
Okay, in any case, we do have your presentation, and we'll share your presentation. And now, if
I will go without. I will go without. So I'm explaining. So I wanted to say how important is cooperation between private sector in Ukraine and private sector in the EU, and how trade is a driver to this. And I want to focus on the opportunities that we have for trade. Because our relationship, of course, we hear a lot about accession negotiations and about the blank condition, but we hear potentially less about trade integration and about our deep and comprehensive free trade area, something that exists already since 2014, as you remember, and something that has been evolving in all this situation. And this is also an agreement that is very, very modern agreement, because it envisages opportunities for Ukraine to integrate directly into the EU single market. And as you know, as it's often said, the European single market is probably one of the biggest muscles of the European Union. The single market now celebrates already 30 years and even more, and it has grown 6 times in these 30 years. So it's a market of almost 500 million consumers, and it's a market that, if you look at as the economy, it is the biggest in the world. You often read that it has some barriers still within national barriers in that single market, but it has enormous amount of liberties. And what we try to do is we try to facilitate completely technical tariffs, barrier free access of Ukrainian goods to the market. As you know, in most of the areas, quotas are fully abolished. So the quotas only remain in few agricultural products. But when it comes to industrial products, quotas are fully abolished. But we find ourselves with technical barriers to trade. And you have been already mentioning about the challenge, how to eliminate all technical barriers to trade. Of course, we like to say just align with the EU acquis, and all technical barriers to trade will be gone. But this is nice to say, but there is a procedure how to do it, and it's not always very easy. So in the European Commission, we are trying to guide Ukraine in this direction, and we are putting in place a significant amount of technical assistance to this regard. And even under the Ukraine plan, we are putting in place conditions that require from Ukraine reforms that lead to companies being able to adjust to this kind of regulatory regime that is in place in the European Union, and that it will enable them to cooperate better with the European Union. Just to mention two examples of this kind of reforms, we will have an SME strategy that will need to be developed under the Ukraine plan. We also have an action plan on deregulation and on better regulation, and in terms of investment from the state in the SMEs, we are also agreeing with the government how much money needs to be invested into SMEs, so that this will bring about a certain awareness in the private sector how to work with the EU, what is the regulatory environment. But let's be a bit more precise. What does this mean? And I think the most concrete action will be to sign the ACA agreement. You already mentioned this is agreement on conformity and assessment and acceptance of industrial products that needs to be signed, and that will lead to completely control-free, check-free access for industrial goods to the EU single market. Let me be very specific about this. This will be done in groups. There will not be an ACA agreement that will cover all industry. There are 28 groups of industrial products that are subject to this kind of conformity assessment. So we will have to sign agreement for each group. So each group will need to be checked. The officials of the European Commission, of the DG Grow in Brussels, will have to check each group. And before we even go into this, we have to check the overarching framework, which is defined by the law on market surveillance. It is the law that is still in the parliament, it is still in the Rada, and is waiting for adoption. So together we have worked on that law, and the draft law that the government, that the Council of Ministers sent to the parliament, was certified by the European Commission as acquis compatible. We would now very much encourage the legislators in the Rada to adopt this law as it was proposed by the government, so that the process of concluding sectoral agreements will be able to move forward. In our assessment, the overarching conditions are much more difficult to achieve than later sectoral agreements. So we see this as the main barrier. Then indeed, there are 28 sectors, but we believe that this can go quite fast, because here it's not about very technical industrial cooperation, but the overarching conditions are more of a political process. So we are very much counting with the government and with the legislators in the Rada to put this in place and to give to companies the possibility to have split check-free access to the EU market. What we have now in place is that the companies who are producing these kind of products that are requiring checks, they have to go with their sample products to the EU conformity centers, to the EU agencies, pay there a fee, come back, export the badge, and if they change something, they have to go back to the EU agency again. Yes, they can pay for this. It takes time. They get access to the EU market, but it's not cost-free. It requires significant amounts of logistical effort, better lawyers. But if we sign ACAs, these certifications will be able to be done within Ukraine by the Ukrainian bodies. And I think this will especially open this market for smaller companies that cannot afford this kind of checks now. So you see, this is especially important for smaller players. It will also speak very loud to EU investors who will come and will know that they can get a lot of service done already in in Ukraine. So that they will know that they can avoid a lot of administration. So it's very important that we design this framework and we sign it and we have it running and that the companies see it and that they start using it. And I think this is very possible. And I will give an example of something that we signed and which will give complete free access and cost-free access to Ukrainians as of 2026, 1st of January. It is roaming. So the EU and Ukraine in the area of telecommunication services have agreed on the framework, which they signed, on the regulation of digital services, which they signed, and which will enable EU consumers and Ukrainian consumers to be roam like at home, to be roaming cost-free in their networks. This is so Ukraine gets a full access to the EU market in telecommunication services, cost-free. And this is quite exceptional. You know, this exists now for Iceland and Norway as a part of the European Economic Area, but it doesn't exist, for example, for the Western Balkans, because their association agreement doesn't have this possibility. So they have no legal basis to get this. But because we have our deep comprehensive free trade area in place, we have these opportunities. We just have to use them, and then the companies and consumers will benefit. I will now finish with some other examples that are very, very tangible, that are kind of low-hanging fruits, and that the Commission and the national authorities are preparing to put in place. So another example of reducing the cost, again, for companies and for consumers, is the accession to the single euro payments area, SEPA. Perhaps you know SEPA from your banking transfer. So this is quite costly now for the firms and for the consumers. But by acceding to this standard, the costs for the firms and consumers for making financial transfers will reduce significantly. We are negotiating with the government accession to this. A number of anti-money laundering laws need to be put in place because Ukraine needs to increase the transparency of its financial system. In addition, we are working also on electricity market coupling. So this would mean that the traders with electricity from the EU and from Ukraine can trade completely freely without any kind of barriers between the two blocks. The two blocks are already synced according to the same standard, but there are still restrictions in the way that trading takes place. So export and import of energy are not free of administrative barriers. They're still subject to a lot of regulation. But we are working on market coupling for electricity. At the moment, due to the attacks, Ukraine has occasional energy shortages. So we are exporting, but Ukraine is becoming a renewable powerhouse with a lot of wind and solar being exported. Electricity market coupling will give an enormous opportunities for all these new installations that are being put in place. In addition, we also have an agreement on road transport services that is already in place, but it was in place to create solidarity lanes at the time of the beginning of the full-scale invasion. What we will do now, we will upgrade it with a number of social standards that need to be given to the drivers so that the EU drivers will not complain that Ukraine is providing an unfair competition because its social rule is not as demanding as the EU social rules. So in this sense, we will continue to have Ukrainian drivers on the EU roads, but these drivers will be insured with a higher level of social protection. We are also working on customs agreements so that customs authorities of the EU member states and the Ukrainian customs authorities cooperate better and expedite the goods faster. There is still a lot to be done in terms of saving cost and time at the border. We also have, you heard a lot about the Ukraine-US critical raw materials deal, but we also have our own little critical raw materials deal partnership since 2021, which we are working very hard to upgrade it and to put concrete examples already into the operations. So I think that's another area of potential where we really want to move faster. And finally, not to forget it, we also think about young people quite a lot, and we will open fully Erasmus opportunities for all students and all educational institutions. So there should be a total possibility of exchanges between Ukraine and European Union for the young people as it exists in the European Union now. Perhaps this is not something that is fully relevant during the war, but the moment there is peace, this should be prepared, and there should be opportunities for young people to work together, to learn from each other, and cooperate. So these are a number of opportunities that exist. They are very tangible. They do not require progress in accession negotiations. They require just agreements between the government and the European Commission. So it is something that we can do already as of today. But as I tried to present, it does require a certain number of administrative efforts. And we really, with my team, we work a lot in this direction. And the European delegation in Kiev is providing substantial amounts of technical assistance so that the Ukrainian authorities receive good guidance also from the experts. And I would like to thank the GIZ in this regard, because GIZ is providing significant, very good experts. Many thanks.
Thanks a lot, Peter, and thank you for the clarification of the situation and this wide row of the questions you cover with your activities. And of course, we will share your presentation among the auditorium. If you still hear us, I may ask one short question. So where's the ball, on which side? Ukrainian or European Union now in the going ahead in the signing this ACCA agreement?
Well, we will all, as you know, we will always say that the ball is on the side of Ukraine. But I think in the case of the ACCA agreement, this is particularly true. The law is in the parliament. So I would say that the ministry, the Council of the Ministers did all the job. They submitted a law to the parliament, and the European Commission checked that law before it went to the parliament, to the Rada, and everything is fine for us. So we are still waiting for this law to be adopted. I understand within this law, there is certain definition of competent authorities that need to be divided between market inspection and between customs, and this is providing for, this is prolonging the debate in the Rada because it's seen as a political decision. This is not important for us, the European Commission. For us, it is important that institutions are given competence, they are appointed responsible. But who gets which responsibility, it's not our decision. This is the Ukrainian decision. We just need the institutions to be appointed as responsible so that we know that there is a proper market surveillance in place. So in view of this, I hope that the parliamentarians can quickly adopt this law, and then we can move on immediately into these sectoral agreements. I think that would be very important, and we are very much ready. So administrators are very much ready, but as I try to think, the issues are sometimes also political, but the benefits are enormous. So I hope that politicians are able to see the benefit and move on quickly forward.
Thanks a lot, Peter. I would like only to add that according to our survey, up to 38% of SME has mentioned this problem of regulatory and technical regulation alignment also, because it makes a barrier in the exporting. So, thanks a lot you. Я лише хочу додати, що в плані уряду
Well, the government has this plan, and from what I've heard from our prime minister and the ministers, Mr. Alexei Soblev, this is one of the top priorities. So let us hope that these laws are going to be adopted, and this will give the way to sign ACCA agreement. Everything is ready, so we have to accelerate the process. Let's move on. I would like to give the floor to Ralph Lowak. Lowak is a great Ukrainian speaker. He used to work in Ukraine. We know him very well. He is a team lead of the programs focused on Ukraine and many projects that GSZ implements. He is team lead there, and everything that deals with implementation of this FTA agreement on GSZ is supporting the implementation of this treaty. One of our recent developments. This export strategy development was realized with the GIZ support. So, Ralph, over to you. I'm not sure if you would like to show your presentation. Okay, we're all ears.
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you very much, Volodymyr, for the appreciation of my Ukrainian language. So I'm going to translate my notes made in English. No, I will speak Ukrainian, as I understand this is the Ukrainian forum. And I needed to get ready rightly. So, well, good afternoon, esteemed guests. As Volodymyr said, I have been working with Ukraine, and I'm sure that in the hall there are more friends than I can see at the stage right now. As a director of our project has already mentioned during his welcoming remarks, one the GIZ is working thanks to the support of the German government, Norwegian government. For the recent years, we continue to adapt the Ukrainian legislation to the EU requirements. In the technical regulation aspect as well, it means the preparation to the ACCA agreement signing or non-visa regime. So I think that is the very important direction as well. We are supporting the improvement of services for businesses. So the businesses may adapt to the changes in this context. I would like to cite just two examples. At state level, it's a Tigritin UA platform. This is the platform of the Minister of Economy, where there is a lot of information and there are opportunities for discussion in the technical regulation. And we have also been working very actively with the private sector. First of all, this is the network of the Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. For the recently, we have been supporting the chambers in terms of alignment of the Ukrainian products with the European norms. So these are new services of the chambers, and the companies which don't know about this, you can find this information on the website. That's very important, and the chambers are developing these services quite efficiently. As Volodymyr has already said, not only it's not only our job. We have supported new framework agreement to provide the Ukrainian companies with access to global markets. This is a new Ukrainian export strategy, and we are waiting for this strategy to be adopted by the Ukrainian government. I think that the government planned it for the September, but if it will be October, that would be good as well. And I would like to say, within the framework of our new project, we are planning to support the implementation of this new export strategy in different areas, so that it could be a success story for Ukraine within framework of a new export strategy. In the context of our panel discussion, I would like to say some ideas which are not new, but they're worth of being repeated. So first idea is the alignment of the legislation of Ukraine with the EU requirements and other global markets. I don't think there is a need in proving it, because the compliance of the products with the requirements of the EU is a sign of quality. It is a mighty marketing signal for clients from other countries, not just European. So further adaptation to the EU basic requirements is a highly important step to develop and to get access to other global markets. A new export strategy is developed to use these opportunities, and here it's very important. The pace is very important. As it was mentioned, after signing the agreement of non-visa, industrial non-visa, it is facilitating just few sectors. The national export strategy provides for the alignment of requirements with other sectors, and here I would like to call both. If it's very important, if the alignment with the requirement with the EU requirements is very important, it's very important to start the preparation the preparation of the development of requirements in other sectors, not to wait just start the alignment of other sectors mentioned by Peter. The second idea is the further alignment with the EU legislation will open not just markets, but there are challenges and risks. We know that the legislation is not so easy, so there are some challenges for the Ukrainian business to implement amendment requirements that may require investments, technologies, new process to prove the alignment. That may also require investments into staff. Risks, of course, they are clear. We open the Ukrainian market for the European Union. The European companies may also enter into the Ukrainian markets. So Ukraine has already as the association agreement and free trade zone. These amendments will come into force not when Ukraine will be a member of the EU, but there is a gradual process of integration of Ukraine into the EU. So this adaptation is taking place in many aspects, and there is some progress. And I urge some companies, especially those who are just waiting and they believe that that will not affect them. Every Ukrainian company will be affected by these changes, started from the private company selling coffee at the corner of the street. This company will also be affected, so don't wait. Start your preparation, starting by getting some information at this forum. Otherwise, uh, challenges and risks may be bigger than you may believe. Another call for companies, so please combine your efforts with your colleagues from other companies. I would like to cite an example. Last year, Jazet analyzed the sectors of the Ukrainian companies that have the good potential for export into Ukraine and the integration to the added value chains, and we saw that some sectors didn't have sectoral industrial associations. It deals with the sectors that do not didn't join the industrial non-visa regime, but if there are no industrial associations, so in fact your industry will not be heard both, neither at the level of Ukraine or no at the level of Brussels. So I call the businessmen working in this in such industries. So please unite your efforts, communicate with your colleagues, even they are your competitors or rivals, or maybe one day they will be your allies at the Ukrainian market. So these are challenges for the companies, and I think that GIZ will support such initiative, but that's very important. So the additional initiations would be launched by you. And third idea, so the connection, there are a lot. There are a lot of changes that requires the joint efforts of the state and the civil society. I think that we all agree that that level of integration with the EU is a result of the strong civil society, starting from the Maidan and ending by the support of the civil society. So if we look at the countries which are successfully integrated as a new members, the most successful countries were the countries where there was an agreement between all players. So this is the common task. So the entire country had to take it. I would like to emphasize and would like to cite one example that have already mentioned twice. So for many years, Ukraine is moving towards the ACA agreement, but the draft law regarding the surveillance for the market, which is one more important. So this draft law has been under consideration for 1 year, over 1 year. It's not just slowing down the process, but it's translating bad signals to the EU. So my last call to the public sector and civil society, please continue to get united around the common goal, which is the integration to the EU and the EU membership, and please accelerate this process of finding compromises and removing such some problems which are on your pathway to this process. There are a lot of challenges ahead, and we need some results. So thank you very much. Thank you, Ralph. Three ideas are very important. First, that you want to do a common case. So I'd like to say that Ukrainian people must fight, and we know that the armed forces are supporting the front lines. The business the same. So in the EU, the business is structured according to the industries. It's a very complicated process, but it's quite important, and we provided for in our export strategy. So it's very important to deal with the industrial association. So our chamber helped us as this platform. It's communications and the discussion which is needed to solve some problems, regardless that despite that we are rivals. So I would like to get back to one idea. So we have identified 7 groups of products which Ukraine is ready to export: technical equipment, transformers, for example, measurement equipments, different transport vehicles. And here we have said it twice, though we don't have to wait for signing of this agreement. We need to get ready to move this 7 group of products. 3 groups, just 5% of exports. As I understand, GIZ is ready to help in this area. And do you have a program budget directions for next year? Program of your activities in Ukraine. This is a practical issue. I can't talk about the GIZ in Ukraine. I can tell about the program that we have already discussed. That program has started in 2025. And it will be valid till 2028. And we have some plans. And based on this survey I have already mentioned, about regarding the perspective sectors of the economy that will be implemented. As for the sectors, we will focus our attention on the selected sectors. This is the work at the national level, but in some regions as well, where such sectors are very presented in order to do what you have already said, to unite them and to combine our efforts and to combine sectoral events to develop them in Ukraine and to develop the cooperation of these sectors with the European business. This is as for the work in sectors, and besides, we are also supporting the implementation of important strategic documents. On the one side is a strategy for small and medium business. So our project contains Secretariat of the Alliance, the mechanism of 11 donors, and now we are thinking about the national export strategy, if we can create something else in order to unite donors around this strategy so that they have more chances to receive support or finance or budget finance. And thank you, Ralph. I would like to say that the products mentioned by Ralph, so this work is dedicated to the processed products and smart integration into EU of space. Ralph, thank you very much. Right now, I would like to ask Mr.
He was in the front line of our expert because metallurgy industry was number one, but his company is the leader of our expert. I understand that you're going toward EU and they have their own legal framework. This is green transition period referring to Green Deal and also CBAM related to that. Could you please outline the key challenges and what do you do to overcome them? Please mind the timing. Thank you very much. I represent the metallurgy sector, and our biggest challenge is the CBAM. This is the tax this is the carbon tax, basically, carbon emission tax. And what it means, the European Union has been going through a certain pathway for 20 years in terms of improvement and environmental standards, and much was invested into new technologies. Now, apparently, their costs, the production costs, are higher than in the countries that didn't contribute as much into decarbonization. EU is an excellent example of protection their market, and this way EU is trying to protect their producers. However, due to internal cap and trade system in the EU, the story has been lasting for 20 years. So it's not a shocking approach to the producers, while we have to go through this way very promptly and squeeze into this framework. Since the war made us go to the accessible markets and logistically the closest one is the EU market. So for us, it's a threat because we carried out several calculations. Just imagine that something we're going to export to the EU, you will have to pay from 60 to 70%. Yes, we have certain calculations. We calculated it with the prices for CO2, and imagine you pay 60 to 70 euro more per each item. We're in touch with the government, and the government hears us. Apparently, we have other issues with decarbonization of bigger projects because very few contractors would like to come to Kryvyi Rih to invest into the industrial ovens. On the other hand, it stimulated us to look at other sources of energy. We're great believers into nuclear energy sources. We are great consumers for nuclear energy. And of course, I would like to use this opportunity to say that we have quite high prices for the energy. Let's not talk about the reasons, but I would like to mention this, that our costs are quite high. And when we speak about the Ukrainian market, we can see that we have the intensified China import, and we will see even higher numbers in the near months. We have quite high import values. And it is really a painful issue because there is information that they import some raw materials from Russia and then re-import it to Ukraine. So we communicate with government so that we do not only look at the export side, but also protect internal domestic markets. Our government doesn't have this procedure, or the president doesn't have this procedure like Trump to impose the tariffs. and do it like Trump's administration. So on the one hand, we have to fight for the access to European markets. On the other hand, our domestic market is not protected. So it's kind of regulatory split, the trade split, and we're trying to survive under these conditions. Thank you very much, Oleg. I understand that your strength is the vertical integration and the access to the raw ore materials. And this vertical integration enables you to survive. Well, on the other hand, we have CBAM because 60 euro per ton is a very serious increase. And realize, well, the European producers do not only have the war, they also have the access to justice transition funds, and it provides subsidies for subventions for investments. It's quite clear. On the other hand, indeed, we have the issue of energy costs and logistics. Energy cost is something that's really close to my heart. We need to enable energy item, nuclear energy producer to exercise free trading on the market. And now a quick question. We understand we have the war. However, do you have any investment plans as of now or for after victory times? With a grain deal in view, we will have to change to reshape the technology. Well, we have to invest. If we speak about the money we spent during the war, if I remember that's right, that would be over 350 million during the full-scale invasion. This is not a capex project, so this is maintenance costs. We have this also this third carton project. So in fact, this is huge money for us because we don't have this greenfield capex projects. But the money we spent is about up to $150 million, and we have to spend this money to continue operating. The war or not, we have to maintain our operation at a decent level. Yes, it's very important for the experts. And I'm giving the floor to Denis Basilevich. I've known him for many years. This is Nova Poshta, the company that is expanding its experts who creates new products, and Denis works with these new products. And they too face the regulatory framework of the EU, and Denis is someone who knows how to cope with this regulatory framework. Well, I'm not alone, but we cope with these challenges jointly. Thank you for the invitation. It's really interesting for me to see how this annual platform for communication has been expanding. And we can see how our business is evolving, is developing. Well, on that Nova Poshta is the private participant of critical infrastructure. But this it also creates the environment for business development. We can use Nova Poshta services as customers, but very few people are aware of the efforts and the tools that help our Ukrainian business be heard and seen, and to get approval from our European and global partners. But this way has many barriers. We started with the words of Mr. Tylyupa and the Made in Ukraine project. We realized that Made in Ukraine, again, something that was done in Europe, for us to be able to produce high-tech produce, and we have to invest lots of resources, including infrastructure development, technical and cyber security, energy security and safety. we have to do everything for our business to develop and be able to export something. In Nova Poshta Group, to ensure this standard level, we have to invest lots of resources to ensure this quality. And we have to ensure this resilience, as Europeans put it. When we speak about European resilience, they say, you have to teach us, not us. This is something very important in this context. And we speak about the frameworks. Our export has to have a contract in the first place with international partners. And the contracts have to be complied with. To comply with this contract, to fulfill this contract, we have to overcome the barriers, regulatory, logistics, technical ones. So we have to have a fundamental understanding of how to cope with this, to cross these barriers. And this is a matter of unity, the integrating association, the support of our chamber, our international technical partners who help us create this infrastructure. This means a lot to business. For business, it is very important to know where to go. Well, we need to have communication channels that will ensure the process. For example, Nova Poshta has an expert school component. We not only develop our business, but we also help other businesses getting to expand abroad from the scratch. Also, we create this partnership and find the forms and approaches for the business to understand how to expand. But the business has to do their homework too. For example, we had several cases when the idea was excellent, the producers were amazing, they consolidated their effort and they produced a group of their products. They bring it to the international market. However, we face the problem that one of the products in this group didn't have a certificate, and the entire group got stuck at the customs because they went back to comply. We wasted 2 weeks. We lost the opportunity to use our transport timely, and we wasted the Thanksgiving Day in the States, and we didn't make it to the Christmas delivery. So it was a waste of energy. We have to have this understanding, the business maturity, and the business has to be aware of the channels to go through and who they can engage into the partnership. In this context, Nova Poshta can give advice and be partners to organize this movement, activities inside. We look beyond the EU, but jointly with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we carry out a series of activities for Canada. We know the issues on the American market with the tariffs, etc. But we know what is happening in Canada. We have about 150,000 Ukrainians, and they want to support themselves and the economy. And so the Ukrainian exporters can step into the Canadian market. So we have many tools that can be of use. Now, on economic diplomacy, it is our new quality level. If we speak about Nova Poshta, we first speak with our diplomatic representatives in the EU, in Canada, in the US. It's quite clear there could be differences, and much depends on the personality of a diplomat. But those KPIs, the infrastructure, shows that they understand the issues of the business, they realize what good advice they can give to encourage the business development. But it doesn't replace the expert functions in our companies. It's just an additional tool. But it's not like the last resort of us going forward. We also have the EU gave us a chance of NCTs, this authorized economic operators. So these opportunities are important. For example, we would like to give the IOB. They were the third company who got that. It means that we have low risk rating at the customs, and we have to use these existing tools to overcome the challenges and the barriers on our way. Thank you very much, Denise. May I? I've heard about this mentioning of economic diplomacy, and I would like to say the words of thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We use this Nazovny platform. It's a really cool one. It's quickly and professional, and we were impressed how business processes could be client-oriented. If you don't know this service, please Google it, Nazovny. And we were excited that the state provides such a service. We would like to say the words of appreciation to the authors of this service. Yeah, that's fantastic. The digital tools enable us to exchange information and joint efforts and to cooperate better. So we have our joint proposals on export strategy. One of them is the e-profile, e-cabinet of an exporter. It would integrate all the services that are based on the cooperation between the exporter and the state. We spoke about the CRM system that would link the actors of external economic affairs, including the Ministry of Economy, the diplomats in different countries, the Ministry of different associations of exporters, the business supporting organizations. They will integrate it into one system with a very clear interaction. That could become a big step forward. Speaking about other digital tools, if we speak about Alibaba concern, China developed this tool to export goods across the world, and logistics and timely delivery is a matter here. For example, in Dubai, it will only take you 15 minutes to deliver any product you ordered on Alibaba. So this is another aspect of competition. As far as I understand, Nova Poshta knows really well how to compete in terms of time. You accumulated a lot of knowledge working on European markets, working with our exporters, delivering the products of SMEs. And you have a platform where you transfer this knowledge to our SMEs, because capitalization of knowledge is very important. Ivan mentioned that he deals with analytics and he concentrates this knowledge, but it's very important to teach and share this experience. Yes, it's a really relevant question. We have, as I've mentioned, we have expert school, we have corporate university, and our experts to get engaged into various projects and initiatives. They take part in the forums and schools. However, we don't have this unified platform, one-stop shop. It's not organized yet. If we given the potential for business not to get lost currently, well, 15 minutes delivery. What we say that 24/7 for Ukraine is great, but 15 minutes is something we cannot ignore. That these tools exist in these global trends. We have to look at the barriers and the challenges we can face among the national producers against the inputs that we get, how the country can balance that, and the digital tools of access to communication channels is very important. It's our job to see, or rather try to get this helicopter view. But business is more about operation activities And we all face these issues of the war, survival, and not everyone is aware of these timely and relevant tools. So we have to make it as integrated as possible. This platform will give you this, and we want from you this, that, to have this checklist, including the barriers they may face. Yes, that's very important. Apart from the direct function, this dissemination of knowledge is really helpful. We can use these technical support programs, use various platforms, working with coaches. It's very important. Dear speakers, you have like 50 seconds left. Yes, I can see emotions on the faces of people that we met our timing. We're running out of time. I would like to say that we have two big companies, the Arsenal Metal and Nova Posta, that a stable economy includes both SMEs and big companies. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Volodymyr. Thank you, colleagues. Indeed, it's very interesting. We see that there are a lot of opportunities and barriers. CBAM, for example, this is our specializations of our environmental committee, but there are also a lot of work to be done. And personally, I believe that the economic diplomacy is a crucial thing, and any politician, civil servant, president, Taras Kachka, prime minister, they must take the representative of the Ukrainian business on their business trip to demonstrate our products, our companies, to sell them around the globe. Unfortunately, we see that Sviridenko went to business trip and took Telupa with her, and business are here, and there must be on the contrary. So business must go on business trip and Telupa stays here. So thank you very much for this panel discussion, and I'm glad to invite to new panel discussion, which will be about new markets, new rules of the game, on how to win on the global markets, not only in the European Union, as the world is much bigger than we can imagine. I give the floor to my colleague, Anna Lubima. Thank you very much, Vladislav, colleagues. I would like to say that the most interesting panel discussion had to start half an hour. So our timing has shifted, but it doesn't mean that we go to a coffee break, as we need to hear about the most interesting insights regarding the global markets. So I invite Arsen Didur, Executive Director of the Union of Dairy Enterprises of Ukraine, Alexei Grushetsky, Acting Director for Internet-of-Ship and Export Development, Ria Sakaguchi, Jetro Kyiv Project Manager. Sokolovska Ludmila, Chief Legal Officer at Sirocco Energy. And Emma Turas, Online, Executive Director of the Canada-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. So, esteemed colleagues, I'm representing the International Cooperation Department of our chamber, and we know the challenges and the interests of our business, but despite all this, the Ukrainian companies continue to open new markets, and when we talk about export, it's not about export to the European Union. Our business has a global view. So this panel has name Ukraine Goes Global, New Markets, New Rules of the Game. So today we will talk about new geography, so it means new markets, and those markets were considered exhausted before. Right now, they're drivers of the global economy, and Ukraine is positioning itself very actively. New rules, as the Ukrainian business has to adapt to these new markets, and they have to learn the rules of the Chamber of Commerce and our credit export agency and other institutions help Ukrainian companies to facilitate this pathway and to accelerate it. And the institutional partnership agreed at our level also help the Ukrainian business to accelerate the entry into other markets. I have a lot of things to say, but I need to respect timing, and I would like to go to the first speech, and I'll give the floor to Alexei Grushinsky. I would like to ask, according to your experience, your practice, which markets, which countries are the most perspective for the Ukrainian exports? There is no one answer. At present, the most priority market is the European Union, as geographically it's close, and we may be competitive at that market, and this market has a good purchasing capacity, but there are rules for protecting internal producers, high requirements and standards, and we cannot compete. And we need to look at other markets, Middle East, for example, African countries which are developing. So we have general state policy, the expansion to the global south, and I think that we need to look at the global south. And I would like to make my question broader. How does your company help the Ukrainian company, and what tools can you present to the Ukrainian exporters? And I can show it. Thank you. We will remember you. So I believe so many of us know, but we will go into details. So we are a state institution, the only state institution which is responsible for the implementation of the policy in terms of export, and we have created a bridge between business and the government. We are focusing on the small and medium enterprises, but this is the tool for the interconnection with our services. So I needed to push it in advance. As for our activities, the support of small and medium businesses, but not only them. We support large business, and we are working with them as well. This is the development of competency of the Ukrainian business. This is our help to open new markets and support at the foreign markets. I'll try to explain what it means. If we don't have technical issues, we will ask our colleagues to move slides. So our company was created based on the examples of other countries, and we have been working as a company for exports, and since 2021 we have been working as export agency. So we are implementing the best practices of the EU, the most experienced countries. We report to the Secretariat of the Cabinet of the Minister of Ukraine. So as for the possibilities for exporters, we have a wide range of tools. We try to cover all areas of exports. So So at our portal, the business are very active. So we start from the diagnostic of readiness for export and then seeking partners. So which services can help Ukrainian business to open new markets? You can apply for credit to gain credit for your contracts. So we also this is the passive tool for seeking clients. This is the catalog of the Ukrainian exporters. I would like to call you to use this catalog. You can use QR code to see it. This is the passive tool. So foreign buyers could find information about your company. We are talking about this catalog abroad at any events. So we are checking through YouControl all cases, and those companies which are verified by the state authority can be considered as reliable, and they can reach out to us to find additional information about suppliers. As we are a state agency, this service is free as any other services, as for both for foreign buyers and for Ukrainian enterprises. And as for services, we start with the verification of the readiness. You have a test, you answer the questions from this test, and you can understand what you lack and what your next steps may be. And we provide a lot of analytical reports. We have dashboards. We have information about export-import transactions in terms of different projects and other analytical reports. You can find on information about them in terms of products, countries, and some promising bargains. So we make a lot of diaries, catalogs. They are dedicated to some specific market or participation in the UN tenders, or in general for export. For those who are planning their export pathway, and for the experience business who want to improve their experience. So you can find those diaries, those catalog, those guidelines on our website. So as for seeking partners, on a weekly basis, I would like to start with the fact that the Ukraine is a GPA part, and the Ukrainian businessmen have possibilities to take part in foreign tenders. And I have already mentioned the UN, and it may be not only purchases from public foreign agencies, but foreign organizations. So we have some success story regarding the machine building when our Ukrainian companies participated in tenders, and you can also find the information about the winners of those tenders, and you may be a subcontractor for these tenders. And as for the most efficient way of seeking foreign clients is a participation in taking part in foreign events. We have some trade representative offices. We organize the stands for the Ukrainian producers, and this is the way how we try to solve the problems and to do our tasks to help our Ukrainian businessmen communicate with the foreign partners, and in general to show the Ukrainian economy and to prove that we can produce something. because we hear quite often that foreign businessmen are very surprised that we can work because mass media show some terrified images from Ukraine. So I call everyone to participate in exhibitions, and thanks to the Chamber of Commerce as they support us and they arrange the collective standards of the Ukrainian businessmen. So this is the possibility to show the world that we can produce, we can export, and as for some countries like Europe and the USA, where we are well known, but in some remote countries, we must show that we can produce such products, that Ukraine may be a supplier of some products. Recently, we have had an event brand in Ukraine. So the point was to show if the end consumer can work. Everyone knows Ukraine, but they do not consider us as a potential partner. So if I didn't have enough time to inspire some Ukrainian businessmen in participating in international events, so you can use our portal to see the information about the successful story. And I would like to draw your attention to our narrow specialized programs. One of these programs is the program with our Sweden partners. This is a consulting and marketing and communication with the potential partners for Sweden markets. So this is our contact information. Thank you very much for your attention.
Let's give a round of applause to our speaker, and I would like to ask from the audience, who of our participants ever used the tools of Entrepreneur Promotion Office? Could you raise your hand, please? Well, it's time for other participants to test it. Thank you very much. And we move on to our next topic of our panel discussion, and this is about expanding markets, about expanding geography. As you have noticed, Japan is very active in the Ukrainian market. As the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Ukraine, we pay a lot of attention to that. We implemented a project with the support of Japanese government, with the support of our UNDP partners. It's a guide for Ukrainian exporters how to go into a Japanese market, including packaging, guide, framework, etc. These guidelines are available on our website. We carried out a survey regarding the promising sectors, but I would like to hear more from the Japanese side. So my question to Master Rio Sakaguchi, who is the project manager of JETRO office in Kyiv. The office has been working in Kyiv since October 2024. It's a great indicator for us that Japan is present in person in the field in Kyiv, and they develop the programs to support Ukrainian business on the Ukrainian market. So, Mr. Ria, a question to you. What are the opportunities for Ukrainian business in the Japanese market, and what are the Ukrainian sectors are most promising? Thank you very much for the invitation, for your questions. Indeed, Japan is the key for expanding Ukrainian business to Asia. And we have a vast experience on the Asian markets, and we can share this experience with Ukraine and jointly go into new markets. We strongly support Ukraine, and you can rely on us. Speaking about the direction, the areas that Japanese companies discover in Ukraine, first of all, this is IT, constructions, like drone production, for example, and rehabilitation of those wounded, affected by the war, and agriculture. And another question about your tools, your programs of supporting Ukrainian business. Could you speak a little about JETRO, your organization? Yes, thank you, sure. First of all, thank you for the invitation to this conference. For me, that's an honor to be present here. My name is Sakaguchi. I'm a part of JETRO team. JETRO is the Japanese government organization that promotes mutual trade between Japan and other countries. Last year, we opened our office in Kyiv, and we support Japanese companies to come to enter Ukrainian market. We also help Ukrainian companies who would like to invest or expand their operation in Japan. Today we discuss a very interesting topic about new markets for Ukraine. You are probably interested in Asia because it gives a lot of opportunity. But you know that new markets have their own rules of play of game. Asia is not Europe or America, and you need a reliable partner there. The question is how to find such a partner. Today, I would like to emphasize that you already have this reliable partner in Asia, and this is Japan. Why Japan? We are best friends in Asia. I would like to communicate that this message: Japan is the only Asian country that imposed the sanctions against Russia in 2014. When Russia annexed your Crimea and started fighting against your people, we gave a clear message to Russia that it wasn't the right thing to do. And since 2022, Japan, among all the countries, Japan ranks fourth in terms of volumes of support to Ukraine. It means that Japan is your true friend. And you can rely on us. We also have vast experience on the Asian markets. And you can enter new markets with us and via us. Today I'm going to tell you about what JETRO is and what we do here, what programs you can use to promote your business. I will speak more. Let me switch to English because I prepared my presentation in English.
JETRO, Japan External Trade Organization, is a governmentally related organization which promotes mutual trade and investment between Japan and the rest of the world. We have 76 offices. We have 76 overseas offices. Last year, we have opened our office here in Kiev. Our mission is firstly supporting the expansion of Japanese companies in Ukraine. Secondly, to implement private sector collaboration between Japan and Ukraine. And thirdly, to promote foreign investment in Japan. Here you can see successful examples of collaboration between Japan and Ukraine. Over the last year and a half, more than 100 memorandums of understanding have been signed between us. This indicates that many Japanese companies have shown their real interest to participate in the reconstruction of Ukraine. So the Japanese government have prepared several grant programs to encourage Japanese companies to enter the Ukrainian market. Here you can see those programs. And the most important thing is that they need to find local partners. So now Japanese companies are actively looking for Ukrainian partners. And now I would like to present our activities. For example, we organize many seminars, webinars, and forums to connect Japanese companies with Ukrainian ones. Here is one of those events. On August 4th, we organized the Japan-Ukraine Economic Forum in Tokyo. Among our guests were Olena Zelenska, the First Lady of Ukraine, Taras Kachka, First Deputy Prime Minister, Alexei Sobolev, Minister of Economy, and Andriy Sybiha, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. As I mentioned, now Japanese companies are actively looking for Ukrainian partners. However, they face the same issue, how to find reliable partners. There is little reliable information about Ukrainian companies on the Japanese internet. So this is why JETRO has launched this Ukrainian 100 project. We interview 100 promising Ukrainian companies and publish their interviews in Japanese on our website. Our main mission is to encourage Japanese companies to do business in Ukraine. However, we also help Ukrainian companies to present their products in Japan. For example, last year we organized the Ukrainian National Pavilion at Foodex, the largest food exhibition in Japan. And some Ukrainian food suppliers and producers were presented there. eVenue is our business marketplace from JETRO. We have created a special page dedicated to Ukraine, and now Ukrainian companies can present their products on this platform to Japanese buyers, and it is free of charge. And JBridge is our another platform. It is aiming at creating collaboration in the innovation field between Japanese and foreign companies. If you have any innovative technologies and looking for any collaboration partnership, please use this platform. And I would like to summarize. Japan strongly supports Ukraine, and Ukraine also show a high level of favorability towards Japan, so we can be real partners and real friends. However, unfortunately, now the volume of trade between us is very low. Last year, Japan was ranked 65th place among Ukraine's export destinations and 18th among import sources. As the economy is a weapon, we need to strengthen economic ties between us to resist aggression. And зараз я українською мовою закінчую свою промову.
I will switch to Ukrainian to sum it up. And to conclude, I would like to quote President Zelensky. He says that to join technological economic recovery, we only invite friends. And what are the friends? Who are the friends? Japan will be engaged, involved into the recovery of Ukraine. However, the countries who do not you face the destruction of your cities, the abduction of your children, but those countries who say nothing to Russia, they're not your friends. They won't be invited to take part in the recovery of Ukraine. So think what countries are worth to be collaborated with. And I would like to say that Japan is 100% ready for collaboration, cooperation with you. And let's develop that jointly, and let's tighten our economic ties. Japan is open to you. We love you and looking forward to you and together to victory. Rios, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this presentation. I second your idea that we have to improve the turnover among our countries. So this is summer home assignment. We have this limited timing, so I a bit push forward. We're joined by Emma Turos, the executive director of the Canada-Ukraine Chamber of Commerce. Ms. Emma, are you with us? Yes, I am. And can you hear me? Well, we can see you, but so. Our technical support says we are losing the connection. I apologize for the poor connection. Ms. Emma, I believe we do have these connection issues. Yeah. I will be going to be very quick and brief.
Ні, Ема, на жаль, не виходить.
Sorry, Emma, it doesn't work. Let me switch off the camera. If you hear me, that's better. So my question is regarding the Canadian market for the Ukrainian companies, what lessons have already been learned by Ukrainian companies, and what can we say about the opportunities and prospects on the Canadian market, and how Canadian companies look at the Ukrainian market in terms of the recovery and innovation cooperation? Thank you for the questions, and that's a really interesting one, because I can ask the question about the period you're interested in, because I've been working for 35 years with Canada. Well, let's stick to something recent, the latest period. I've been tracking the statistics basically every 2 weeks, every fortnight. And I would like to say this: the import from Ukraine to Canada in 2024 made $295.5 million. This is 71.5% against the same period last year. I mean, 2023. And this year, we can also see the upward trend. We haven't completed the 9-month statistics, including September, but we experienced this positive dynamics. In comparison with the total trade, Canada's total trade, it's just 0.1% of the total trade volume in Canada, both export and import. But for Ukraine, it's a significant number. Same goes for trade and services amount. This is approximately the same as volume as for trade in goods. And here I would say huge thanks to Nova Poshta and Mr. Bazilevich in particular, because Nova Poshta is like a piece of land overseas, of native land. It also employs many IT guys, etc. So what are the lessons learned? The projects like UTIS, it was completed in 2021. It has developed the methodologies to introduce the free trade agreement between Ukraine and Canada. And for 5 years, we have been promoting Ukrainian goods on the Canadian market, and it was quite successful. These are traditional products because the export structure from Ukraine to Canada hasn't been changing quickly enough, but we can see new product groups and new products. Speaking about new goods products, let me repeat myself. Same for Japan, for example. We carry out fairs, exhibitions, and to be noticed, you need to take part in at least 2-3 exhibitions to be seen as a reliable partner. The national pavilions that are nicely designed, well placed, well lit, is something that works best. Then the consumer pays their attention, and the following year he or she will approach you and ask, why don't we collaborate? This is your second year here. Also engaging the buyers. We cannot practice that in Ukraine because it's difficult for Canadians to attend Ukraine because logistics is very expensive. The insurance of war risk is very expensive. Also working with private labels. We say that made in Ukraine is going to be sold well, but not all the consumers are so loyal to Ukraine, as loyal as we would like them to be. They prefer a good price and reliable logistics. Price governs the market now, so this quasi-national company, this label, if we have this office that is in Dutch, well, it's still very good. The will, from my experience, the will of the company plays the key role in initiating the export not only to Canada but to any country. Another thing is the budget and the plan. The company has to have a properly designed budget, and they have to follow the plan they design jointly with the experts who have to be paid forward too. I'm truly grateful to people who have become our project graduates. They became the ambassadors of Ukrainian Canadian business. This is the private business we trained. Well, I'm not saying that we trained from the scratch or something going to teach you. They both learned things because at some point we didn't have this free trade and we had to pioneer many things. Many things were our firsts. Would issue first certificates of origin and other documents. In fact, That's all about Ukrainian ones. How do Canadian companies look at Ukraine? Of course, everyone wants to participate in the recovery of Ukraine. This is a very positive trend. Canada is going to supply lots of very useful things to Ukraine, and I believe more companies are going to be aware of what kind of country Ukraine is. Many don't really know what Kiev is, what the west of Ukraine is, what it's look like, but when they supply Canadian equipment that were discussed during recent URC, more Canadian companies will send their representatives here, and they will spread this word of the mouth. Certainly, they look at Ukraine conservatively. They are quite pragmatic about that. They consider all the risks, including the traveling to Ukraine, the quality and costs and prices play a significant role, and then the mixed signals is seen as a risk factor. On one hand, we say, yeah, please work with us. On the other hand, they see these disastrous videos, and they also watch Russia Today channels, and people get disoriented. Yeah, I'm about to wrap it up. Let's not rely largely on diaspora. We have to work with all the communities. Now on the platforms, so to seek Canadian partners, it's Rebuild Ukraine conference, URC. It's the fourth one this year. It was the 3rd of December this year. The Canadian delegation will attend Warsaw, including the chamber and the embassy of Canada. I really hope we are going to have just 2 projects, but that's still the level of conversations. And in fact, if someone is interested in Canada, our office always welcomes you. And I guess everyone knows how to find me, how to reach out. Me and Ms. Ganna will give you my direct phone number if you're interested. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you for your time. Canada is very important, including in the context of our free trade agreement. We have to understand how to work with it. I guess we're going to have additional activities. So we spoke with the institutions that unite businesses, with the government institutions, with our foreign partners who create new business supporting tools. Now we would like to hear from business, from your experience of how Ukrainian companies conquer international horizons.
I would like to ask you about your experience in entering into foreign markets. As your chief legal officer, how legal issues help to overcome the barriers of the companies? Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to say thank you for the invitation. It's very pleasant for me, as we're a startup and we can express our ideas and we can tell about our experience, our problems, and some victories. If we are talking about entering into foreign market, is problematic for any companies, and for energy sector is more problematic, as the European Union has its own regulations and we need to align with these regulations, and these regulations are more strict. When we talk about the legal support, it means the compliance of all procedures, the compliance with all legal requirements, then the structure of the companies, because a lot of things depend on this structure. Then the company needs to seek partners, because any business cannot survive without partners. All these factors affect the entry into market, and we are open to discuss all these issues and to seek common solutions. If you want to communicate with me, I will be very, very glad. we are positioning ourselves as a startup with a long history, and the European market is always challenged. Thank you very much for your questions. Thank you. Please introduce your company and tell us what you propose. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ludmila. I'm a chief legal officer at Sirocco Energy. We are a startup and a developer of wind energy, and we are working on the innovative solutions which make wind power more efficient and more resilient. And
Колеги, допомагайте. Щось сьогодні ми з ним
Ага.
подружилися. Я так бачу, що всі спікери з клікером сьогодні трохи не подружилися. Ну, буває, нічого страшного. Якщо ми говоримо
when we talk about wind power stations, it's very actual for foreign markets because it responds to global challenges. First, energy security. First of all, it's a decentralization. I think that a lot of people had that problem when they had these blackouts in Ukraine during winter time, during even summertime. And decentralization of the energy sector. For example, wind power stations may promote the decentralization of the company. When we look at the climate change, the solar and wind power reduce the CO2 emissions. I heard about CBAM at our forum, so that's very urgent, pressing topics. The previous moderator has developed surveys in terms of green energy of Ukraine. So can we see this third slide? So wind power is developing quite quickly. And when we talk about usual turbines, they are not oriented to the suburbs because there is a turbulence, noise, and it's very difficult to integrate it into infrastructure. When we talk about Sirocco, we decided this problem in our company. When we talk about cost of kilowatt, it's 0.4 cents. When we talk about physical, individuals, it's 18 cents. And if we talk about business, it's over $2. So you can see the difference of the energy costs and energy influence on a lot of things, products produced by companies. Also, our turbine is smaller 3 times than a standard turbine. So our main buyer is a small or medium enterprise which is situated in skirts of any city. So for next 8 years, we have had a long way. We have received patents in Ukraine and in the USA, and we have a lot of work to do. So when we're talking about our pathways, so this is the launch of the 30 kilowatts turbines, then 100 kilowatts and 500 kilowatts, and then 1 megawatts turbines. So we are preparing our products for serious production. And we are planning the entry into other markets. So when we talk about Ukraine, so maybe you can hear about the draft law about innovation. So we hope as startup that this draft law will be a law and we can use those provisions. So right now we have over 100 industrial parks. They are registered, but a portion of them is registered but not working. When we talk about scientific and research parks, only 18 parks we have, and they unite business and researchers to create new technologies. So that's very important for cutting-edge technologies and for their entry into markets. So next, the window of possibilities for integrations. So as for the latest changes, maybe you can heard about paywall pooling. Maybe somebody can raise this hand if you know this. So then I'm pleased to share this information. This is a new mechanism adopted this February. It means that you can use not just solar, but wind panels to one network. So this is the optimal approach for business. So if there is less sun in winter time, so no energy. Right now we can store this energy, but when we use wind power, so enterprise can be independent, energy independent, and it can have energy for all the time. When we talk about cable pooling, so it was introduced in 2025, but in Netherlands it's working. So cable pooling has started to work in 2025 in Ukraine. So green tariff in Germany, it has been working since 2000. In Ukraine, we heard about it in 2008. So the European market is more serious, more ready for the energy independence. Those solutions that are implemented in Ukraine, they are quite very well developed and integrated into the European Union, which contributes which help the Ukrainian partners to enter into new markets. So Sirocco Energy is open to discussion, to partnership. Currently, we have pilot projects. It's 30 kilowatts turbines that we are going to implement, to install in 2025, 2026. And we have investments started from $20,000. So thank you very much for sharing your experience. And now the most interesting part, and we go to the dairy products that conquer the world. And here we can have the executive director of the Union of Dairy Enterprises of Ukraine, executive director. So we have only one president. I'm just the director. Sorry. We have already mentioned that Ukrainian products have good reputation at foreign markets. I would like to clarify the trends about the dairy products consumption. Please tell us about the experience of your companies. How do they conquer this world? Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you for the possibility to take part at this forum. In this forum, it's very important because for the upcoming years, according to my opinion, export is all everything. Consumption in Ukraine is weak, and the population is living in Ukraine, but there are a lot of capacities to produce dairy products. So we depend on export and external markets. As for dairy products, so how much time do I have? Okay, we can see the presentation, but you have only 4 minutes. I would like to support my Japanese colleague that we need to appreciate friends. And before we heard the speaker from Canada, and the JETRO company showed its presentation. So if we estimate state support from Japan and Canada, it's difficult to compare. Japan is our friend indeed, and we know that Canada possesses the biggest Ukrainian diaspora. So when we talk about free trade zone, we don't have restrictions, including dairy products for Japan, but we have restrictions from Canada, and we have a free trade zone with a number of restrictions, and this $300 million of export, these are just two items, metals and metallurgy. As for the agrarian products, Canada has high tariffs, high customs, and it's very difficult. It's impossible to go there with the dairy products and value-added products. The Prime Minister asked her colleagues from Canada. We asked trade preferences like European preferences, but Canada didn't agree. For Ukraine, the European market is very important, but it's not exotic market for us. I think that customs charges are more exotic, and they are getting used to us. And would like to say that dairy sector of Ukraine is about 1 million cattle. It's about 7 million liters of dairy products, and 3,000 cattle for meat production. If we talk about the structure of process, so what is about the product we want to export? The industry of Ukraine is ready to process 10 million tons of milk's raw materials, but it has processed only 3 million, and it's just milk. So it means big holdings or milk farms and others. So I can see the figures at the bottom line. There are so we have the lowest level of milk processing. For example, if we compare with Poland, so they use 95% of milk for processing. The same situation in Bulgaria. So in Ukraine, just 40% is used for milk production, and every fifth kilograms is exported. I would like to approach to the board. So it's even more interesting. Нет. If we look at the table, so the volume of import for 8 months for 2025, it's $200 million. and volume of export of milk of dairy products is 250 millions. So the figures are not bad, but let's talk about the situation in terms of the balance with the European Union. But here the situation is better than in 2023. So 1 year exported in Europe, €5 of dairy products came into Ukraine. Now the situation is better. We can see that the share of our export in the European Union is going to 50%. So for us, the European Union is very important as a market because dairy, we export not just commodities, but B2C. It means that we have opened the retail market and we started to work with the European consumers. Please tell us about the geography. Which the main countries are Poland and Germany. Significant role plays Bulgaria and Romania. We have presence in the Baltic countries and in the Netherlands. And the United Kingdom plays a significant role. I would like to cite an example that 80% of our turkey meat is exported to the United Kingdom. So right now, we are looking at the positions we depend on. So dry milk, 65%. Concentrated milk, up to 70% of export to the European country. Milk products 40%, but is about half, 50%, and we can see the growth of export of cheese to the European Union, and we, as Ukrainian, call it sow cottage. As for the classic cheese, our share is not sensitive, and we have only 20%. And here I would like to emphasize this figure, 12%. So 12% of our dairy products we export to the European Union. Please. So we can see import from of 200 million of the dairy products imported to Ukraine. 83% is European Union cheese. So the European cheese and program produced in Ukraine, in Europe, has been working better than Ukrainian program made in Ukraine. So what I would like to highlight, for us it's strategically important so that we produce not raw materials and not dry milk, but fresh milk, dairy products, yogurts and cheese, because it means jobs technologically, and this is and it shows the situation of the milk industry. So when we speak about the dairy products in France, we can say yes, because there is a Roquefort. In Italy, yes. When we talk about Poland, we understand that they have their dairy products, though they don't have their classic cheese products or cheese. But when we ask about the milk production in Ukraine, they can't see it. So they don't regard the Ukrainian dairy products, and which is not sensitive. And I did not stop you because it's very interesting, but the chief moderator said that time is up. Thank you for your attention, and I think that for the Ukrainian agrarian sector, liberalization is a complete task for the business and for the government. Thank you very much. Thank you for our partners for this interesting panel discussion. I have some questions, but we will talk about them when, when we go to coffee break. Maybe there are questions in the hall. Maybe somebody wants to ask. Is there any questions? If no questions, so oh, there is a question. Or we will talk about it during coffee break. Vlad, I need your permission. Can we ask questions or we can start a coffee break? So very quickly. Oh, gosh. So please, substantive questions. Arsen, my name is Ludmila. Why? What do you lack? What does your association need? Can you just say it in one sentence so that we could hear your speech? Let's talk about cheese. To make cheese good, we need 6 months. Do we? Does Ukrainian producer have these 6 months? No, they don't have. Those who can finance the production of cheese, they have presence at the markets. Italian producer can do it. Produce Parmesan, for example. Parmesan is a good currency. We need to pursue this goal. So I believe so with the framework of 579 program, the state has to focus on the crucial things to promote Ukrainian export, not to make a talk show, but to move, to promote our products around the globe. Thank you very much. I propose to continue our communication during the coffee break. You have 5 minutes, and next discussion panel will be very interesting about women and about companies headed by women. 5 minutes.
to make a lunch break, but we realized that we cannot bring ourselves back after this short break, and after lunch it will be barely possible. So at the very beginning, we agreed that our speakers are going to export their ideas and experience, and you're going to input inspiration and motivation. How it's going? Have you inputted any inspiration? Going well? Because I can see that speakers are doing really great on the stage, sharing something interesting. So our next panel focuses on an exciting topic. It's called She Exports. And it looks at women in export and business. I personally do my best not to do any difference, to make any difference between men and women, because business is business. But as a CEO of a CERN company, I manage both men and women, and I can spot certain differences. Men strive for quick results. They want to win today and now and here. And sometimes it's not really good. When you only bet on the short-term goals, you can lose long-term. While women in leadership positions and entrepreneurial positions, they're more careful. They think things through more carefully, and they pay closer attention to the product. So I believe this panel is going to be exciting, and I am giving the floor to Irina Zelenina, who is going to moderate this panel. Irina Zelenina, a round of applause. The co-founder and director of the Ukrainian Expert Alliance. Thank you. We're going to discuss a very interesting topics. It's not only her who experts, but many other people. But girls and women are going to share their experience. They have lots of insights. And let's get started, because everyone is pretty hungry at this point. So I'm going to invite those who are physically present today. It's Irina Savitska and Daria Chuprina. Please take the stage, and Valeria Zabashna. Let's take our seats, and I'm going to go up. Is it okay if I'm going to sit down here? Besides, we have three speakers joining us online. This is the representative of the Women's Council, Olga Afanasieva. And let's wait until our speakers are going to join. Helen. I will switch to English to introduce our first speaker. So let's get started to inspire you with expert stories.
To start, we will ask Ms. Helen Kalmadin, coordinator of World Chambers Federation Women's Council, to share her experience about women leadership, their ideas of how to conduct the business being a woman. So please, Helen, the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be with you today. I'm from the International Chamber of Commerce, and I will share a little bit of information about our Women's Council. And it was launched in 2024, and it's a special forum for members to exchange best practices, initiatives, and tools and services to promote the empowerment of women. And it's one of the priorities now of the strategy of the WCF, which is the global platform for chambers around the world. So what do? We facilitate the access of women in leadership positions in chambers. And we want to involve more and more women in all the activities that we do. And also we encourage the best practices between chambers to empower women in entrepreneurship. And in this group, we have currently over 30 countries involved. Men and women are welcome. And we have regular meetings. We had the last one was in Melbourne, Australia. And previously, we were also in Nairobi, Kenya. And before that, in Istanbul. So we have the chance to talk to many women around the world and to see what are the specific issues in each regions. And the priorities of the moment is to develop a mentorship program between chambers to empower women, and also to have a specific database of women that we can reach out to for speaking opportunities, because sometimes at events there is a difficult gender balance. So it will be a chance to have easy access to speaking roles. And we also are excited to prepare a special event in Paris next year with the Paris Chamber. And it will be a good occasion for women to exchange. And lastly, we want to involve many more young women leaders as well to have their perspective, and also to invite more guest speakers in all our events. So I'm very excited to hear about the other speakers as well, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We are going further and let's continue. So я зараз переключаюся на українську.
I switch to Ukrainian now. Let me introduce our next online speaker. We will be joined with Olga Afanasieva. We will first represent digital products, then we will go to some tangible things. So let's ask Olga. First, could you speak about yourself, and then about digitalization, experience, everything we discussed while preparing to our conversation. So the floor is yours. Hello, thank you for the invitation. We continue in Ukrainian, right? Absolutely. My name is Olga Afanasieva. I am an international growth lead at Itera company, and we provide the services on digital consulting and digital technologies development, innovative solutions, and everything related to that. I'm really pleased to be at this conference and take part in this panel regarding how we can inspire and support women in export activities. Let me look at three key pillars. First is innovations and technologies. Second is communities, resilience, and networking. And third is sustainable development and fundamental values. If we speak about digital innovations and technologies, we have many opportunities for export activities, especially at the initial stages of planning export activities and analysis. There is no need to be present in the country going to export 24/7. And it saves our time and financial resources and enables us to learn. When I study, explore foreign markets, what we can export, how we can operate, I use ChatGPT, Perplexity, or other AI tools. They help me explore the market, to discover cultural, economic peculiarities. And speaking about cultural peculiarities, I would like to emphasize how important they are. We cannot use one solution fits all. Something that we use in our domestic market cannot be applicable to the other one. Even in Europe, the countries can be geographically very close to one another, but the cultures are very different. It influences the export activities. For example, our company has quarters in Oslo because we're Norway-based. We also have offices in Sweden and Denmark, and I'm currently in Denmark, basically at different event and also in Iceland. We've been working in Ukraine for 17 years. Our other office is located in Czechia, Slovakia, and Poland. As you can see, our teams are quite diverse and multicultural. And my team is located in very different countries. So my vision is that you have to listen to people, be sensitive, and this way you learn how to function better. Without coordinated teamwork, expert is impossible. We only have to act as this smoothly operating mechanism. When I was preparing, I found some research results, and they proved that the emotional intelligence among women, well, I don't want to say it's higher, but let's say more women have higher emotional intelligence. It gives them the edge of better understanding people, and it helps at the international markets. Now we move to the second pillar that ensures the successful international activity. This is the importance of community associations and networking. When we unite, get together, women get together with women, we support one another, we train one another, and that's of utmost importance when you enter new markets. It's a turbulent environment, and we don't know as much about this market, so this stress level and the economic risks are so much higher. And last but not the least pillar is resilience. From our practice shows that it is fundamental for developing business abroad, and women-led businesses have this competitive advantage. When we are looking at entering a foreign market, especially in the EU with our goods and services, this component can be our competitive advantage, and I would recommend to pay attention to it. Fantastic, Olga. Well, to sum it up, we use innovative and digital tools. We consider cultural differences with the countries we're going to export to, and use the policies used in the European companies for a long time. So our companies have to take that into consideration. And we move to another IT project. And let me give the floor to Irina Savitska. You have IT and mobile apps. Could you speak about that, please? IT is a big share of our export, and it's a fascinating industry. So over to you. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be here. This building is my second home, I would say, because many years ago I used to work in the Korean embassy, and there was this Korean commercial agency. I've been doing business for 15 years. I started with an assistant investor position. He would invest into Ukraine. His portfolio amounted to $10 million. And I was a student there. Back then, this sum sounded enormous. At that point, I learned a lot about what money is, how to invest it. After that, I used to live in Germany and in China. When I was back home, I saw that we have a tremendous industry, no matter IT or some goods or services. If we compare our country with other countries, our people are very fast, very prompt. even after China, that is super productive, but we are more creative. When I was back to Ukraine, I worked in the Korea Trade Investment Agency for 4 years. My project focused on the export from Korea to Ukraine of high-tech solutions and products. The project would start from $10 million. At this point, covering previous and current project, I engaged about $15 million. If I hear that Ukraine has to export, well, that's clear. I guess all of you are already exporters. I looked at the statistics. Our metallurgy and agriculture are most powerful when we export. Metallurgy is number one, agriculture is number two, IT is number three. But the IT potential seems to be diminished in a certain way, since in terms of profit, IT ranks third in the entire export system in Ukraine. My activity as of now is I am the owner of a Bank of Memories company. This is product company. We create apps for people to preserve the memories and assets when person passes away. We want the memories about them to be kept and preserved. We work with USA, Indonesia, USA, with different cultures and communities. As a previous speaker mentioned, it's very important to look at the culture of these countries. If we look at E2 format of IT services, you have several ways. There is an outsource mode, and that's a per hour wage or per project wage. And another thing is the activities of a product making company. If we enter the market, this is a continuous subscription, that's licensing. It's a much more profitable format. If you're passionate about your idea, this is a much more profitable format. You can become multimillionaire doing tech. Could you please raise the hand if you do something to do with technologies? Great. What is interesting is that we change the format of entering foreign markets. Currently, advertising that used to work for IT services doesn't work as well or works poorly. You can invest as much as you want, but it doesn't work as you expect. I know that outsourced companies invest into commercials, advertising, and I know that our Ukrainian companies have 25 apps in their portfolio, and they invest up to 15 million per year. But it only runs thanks to ads. If they switch off the ads, they are not going to succeed. Even if you, as a personal brand, export yourself as abroad, you have to take care of your profile. If you add ads to your apps, it's not the best way to do that. I liked the comments of the previous speakers that community is very important. Who knows you in other countries? Many people know us in Ukraine, but only in our segment. And I spent for that $0 because we go through associations, through ACC, American Business Association, European ones, through the chamber, and we usually establish partnership with cultural institutions, with embassies. We seek our logo being placed in various events. It may seem irrelevant and unprofitable instantly. Yes, today we won't see any results, but in meantime, that you will see that you are memorized. Every event will emphasize that you must have LinkedIn profile. If you're not there, you're out of international market. Pump up your international brand, promote your international brand. Okay, they say Ms. Elena knows someone else, and she is linked with the CEO of some corporation. You have a different level of trust. You're not just a random person from Ukraine, nobody knows. So using a personal brand, I pulled my brand of memories to the international stages. Now I am invited by Institute of Innovations to speak, to be a keynote speaker at the 20th year anniversary. And I was surprised who I am, why. So it all comes from partnership. If people see that you have great network, that you have empathy, you're good with people, you're invited and you're asked about your brand. And this is where it comes from personal relations. Very well-off people will tell you that they're sick from this transactional relationship. They're sick of these transactions when they're attacked saying, oh, I have this product, I have 100,000 tons, please buy my product. Nobody cares. What people care about a personal, heart-to-heart relationship. This is something that people are interested in, and you can be supported through such events, including like this one, through international presentations. Promote your brand and promote it with your product.
Thank you very much, Irina. I have a question. What's your plan for the future? Your IT service, what is your nearest market? Where would you like to go? We are entering into Finland, Poland, Scandinavia countries. These are the first European Union markets which are important for us. We have already entered into other markets. We know that goes to the USA, it's too expensive and you need to live there. But we live in Europe, in Ukraine. I'm not going to leave my country. So Europe is my focus. You would like to know some financial figures? If you can. Yes, there is Instagram. So I have ambitions to create Instagram, but for families, to preserve the most precious things. That would be the most technological product for the global market. But right now, I'm focusing on Europe. For next year, I plan $2 million of turnover. Thank you. I think that we need to applause. So we have talked about the IT product digitalization. So now we are moving to the fashion. And right now we have two fantastic speakers. So I give the floor to Daria Chuprina. Daria, your case is fantastic. Please tell us. Good afternoon. My name is Daria Chuprina. I am an owner of Chuprina brand. I am an owner of the Ukrainian production of clothes. Currently, Chuprina brand has been for 15 years, and our production has been for 7 years. And currently, we are the best on our market in producing tissues, clothes by using modern Japanese equipment with all certificates, the best quality, and fantastic product. So please continue. We know that you have your own brand. I remember that the writer of what you are doing. So we have two lines, the development of Chuprina brand. There is space for me to produce things based on my inspiration, my love to women, and to express my creativity. But this is a business product, and private label production is a stable business story. It helps us develop Chuprina brand, to use the maximum, to use our production capacity at maximum, to develop, to create new jobs, and we can be a Ukrainian companies, modern Ukrainian companies. What do you think? The brand made in Ukraine, can it help and support you on your way to the foreign markets? Yes, Ukraine is very popular right now in the world, and the whole world have already seen that we have been competitive, that we are producing the high quality clothes. Even Italians and French people are inspired with our things. They ask, how do you do it in wartime? But first of all, these are people, and I think that Ukrainian products will be sold very, very well in 10, 20 years, like French or Italian products or any other European brands. Thank you, Daria. I would like to say that the Ukrainian fashion industry has been actively developing in premium segment in particular. It is quite active, and more countries are using services of our designers, and I believe that that will not be just private label, but other Ukrainian brands that we will show during the Fashion Week around the globe. I believe currently that many brands are exported to Europe, the Middle East, to the USA, are very popular, and you know them all. I just can't name them all. You and IDA, we know you. So we can do everything. Ukrainian people are very creative as a whole. All the time we have been discussing in expert circles, how is it important to develop your own brand, or just to have a big volume of production with guaranteed sales, but maybe with a less margin. So this is the question, because Ukraine may be R&D center for many European countries in the cross-sectoral directions, and we have to work on this, because it's not the worst channel for developing export products. I would like to invite next speaker, Natalia Yeremenko. This is our creative industry. This is Lamel, Ellen Pro, makeup. So please, Natalia, I give you the floor. We are very glad to welcome you. Please tell us about your activity and your experience. Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be with you. I'm a Ukrainian co-owner of Lamel and Ellen Pro, and owner of Beauty Tech Corporation. So before the full-scale invasion, we were one of the leaders of the Ukrainian market and the CIP countries, but from the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we started our expansion to foreign markets, and our brands are presented in over than 20 countries. It's the European countries. This year, we have presented our brands in 2.5 thousand shops in the USA and Canada, and we are going further, and we have a lot of ambitions. As for my own experience, today for me it's important to share the moments which helped me to develop our export potential, those moments that owners of business and Ukrainian business do not think. As a rule, there are such things. The business is created, and they build up their potential, and then you think, I will get ready, I will grow, and then I will go into the foreign markets. So they postpone this event and they do nothing to get ready. And later, when you are ready, that you can enter into foreign markets, you see that there are standard certifications that may take several years. And for example, before 2 years of the invasion, we started the European certification. And in January 2022, we finished the certification. And that was a crucial push that helped us to get involved to our partners since the beginning of the war. And next thing, which is quite often forgotten, while creating a brand, people do not register their brand in other countries where they are planning to go. I believe that Ukraine has so fantastic potential that any brands created by the Ukrainian people must be registered in all countries. You you think in long-term perspective, and you have to learn about the specific of certification, because it's a big challenge when products or ingredients are permitted in the European Union, they are not allowed in the USA, and vice versa. And you mix everything this up to create universal product, because it's very interesting to create global brand, not regional brand. So when you create a brand, you invest a lot of time and strength, and then you find out that you can't go to the market because this brand is registered by someone else. It's a waste of time and money to relaunch this brand. So, based on my experience, please please be serious to your maybe Ukrainian business as a part of global business, and get ready in advance. Thank you very much, Natalia. I would like to say that what Natalia has just said is so important, because preparation work, we forget about it very often, but this is hometown that business have to do before planning its export strategy expansion, because without this you can't go to the market. You will just waste your time and money, and you need time to analyze the markets, because if you lose it will cost you even more. So now we go to our next speaker. I would like to give the floor to Valeria Zabashta. Valeria, please tell us about your activity, about new stories and forms of activities or cooperations. Thank you very much. I'm very fortunate that I can be here and speak with other women who have their own experience, successful experience. So I'm very glad to see my colleague from the International Chamber of Commerce, Helen. We are doing a lot of things in terms of our activity as a Chamber of Commerce. But in the terms of support of women's business, I would like to start my brief speech with some figures that impressed me. Do you know that Ukraine has 0.5 million women who opened their own business? 500,000 women. So I think that this is quite impressive figures. So I think this is a quite active movement. In 2024, 55% of new businesses were created by women. I think that you can applaud once again because these are impressive figures. So we, as a Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and we do the survey all the time, and it helps us feel what's going on and understand the challenges and problems of business. So 68% of Ukrainian women are planning to open their own business, and 80% of them are young women, and these are good results. And as for successful cases at business or national level, I mean Ukraine right now, so there are a lot of business associations specializing in export and promoting women's export. There's a women networking club WIN, state program Chance Export. I think that a lot of you heard about it, and you should focus on that. As a Chamber of Commerce, we are planning to create our own women's committee. There are businesswomen club at the chamber, so we are inviting you to join us. I would like to talk about the European and global terms. So our chamber is a member of World Chamber Federation, and today we have women councils. So when we talk about the European chambers, so based on the European chambers, there were the women's network was created. So my colleague here at this panel discussion cited a great example, or her experience that today everything is very appreciated. These communities work when you have real contacts with businesswomen like you, but abroad. When we talk about the European Chamber, so there is a great mentor program at this chamber, because a lot of among our women's association need such programs, and I would like to take this opportunity to make a brief announcement. So we are doing. We're developing a big project. This is a 10-day training for women, which will be conducted in different regions: Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, and Kyiv. So if you are interested, we would like to invite you. So a couple of words as for Chambers Women Entrepreneurs. what is all about. The European Union and European countries are, we understand them better because they are closer to us, and the communities they have are more clear for us. But in fact, such communities are numerous, and access to such distant countries like from the Latin America, from Africa, from Asia, even to Australia. We can touch these countries through these communities. Our chamber has the unique opportunity to join you to council. This is a global networking where you can share your experience, but I mentioned the mentoring. Well, an expert from China or Japan or Indonesia will teach you. That's a great experience as well. You will just enlarge your views and your perception of the women's business. And I would like to cite few examples and mention some programs where you can join. My colleagues took part in the program with Vajna. This is a seed project, this more specific sector, and our chamber is an umbrella for bilateral chamber, and our partner, Ukrainian French chamber, I would like to mention them because I think that they're doing great things, and it was created by women. This is the no. This is the prix for women's. This is the prize for women engaged in research. To make conclusions, I would like to say that these opportunities exist, and you need to hear about them, to learn about them. That's what we are doing right now. But you need to be active because you have there are conditions. You need just to reach out to our peoples and be more active. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Valeria. I would like to confirm your words.
We have financing that you can engage. The main thing is to be active, transparent, and to respect the law and be ready to cooperate with various projects, including state project, technical support project, so that you were the true partners. We still have some time for several questions. Dear speakers, we have this unique opportunity to say what support your business could use to scale up. What is your top need as a business? What support do you expect, and what kind of support do you expect for you to scale up? Who is ready? I should do, in the first place, do something. I should be active. My team should be active. This is what I need. Well, we have foundations where we get financing, including venture funds and grant funds. What extra support they provide? This is non-financial support block. They include mentors. Many wonder what kind of people these guys are, what mentors actually do. They look at your business from the perspective you could never guess, because you believe you're so cool, that you're doing great, and the mentor comes up and say, okay, you have this week's weak point, you have this issue. So it's really great to get the mentor. And if we have a chance to have the sessions, industry-specific sessions, and you can get a mentor from the country you're going to export to, that would be great. We can also learn from Koreans, so that would be great. There's an online format that creates a B2B match. You find people who would like to cooperate with textile, agricultural businesses in Ukraine, and you come up, go to negotiations with ready-made leads, and it's inexpensive to organize that. Fantastic, Daria. Our key problem is a human resource. Our industry is short of vocational colleges that train our professionals in our areas, so we don't have enough skilled people. We cover all these issues by ourselves. We train an individual and then employ them. But if we had additional financing, we could establish a big training center. It would train young people, would increase awareness of this fantastic industry. This is our great pain. Human resources, a great pain. Well, I guess human resources are our shared pain, but we have what we have. Dear ladies, Olga, Natalia, what your businesses, what help do your businesses need? Let me start. I'm in touch with many entrepreneurs from different countries. And every country has this export initiative support. The government compensates the participation in international expos. For some countries, they even compensate investments in promotion, in your brand promotion in different markets. For example, if a Turkish brand enters Ukrainian market, all the boards they buy for external advertisement, all the equipment they produce to present the products in the network are compensated by the country. And these other opportunities would be really great for our companies to have. On the other hand, I would like to mention the opportunities I used, and it's important to know about it. Women-led business is actively supported across the world. For example, in the US, each company has dedicated accelerator programs for women owning, women-founded companies. It's a really operative elevator lift. The company allocates resources for supporting women and women-led businesses. This is the opportunity to either get mentorship support, training, or to join, to place your product on the shelves of a big retail networks. So this is really great tool. Please go use it. Olga? Thank you very much. My main focus is finding new customers, both in Ukraine and abroad. So, as a follow-up to community networking and interpersonal women-to-women collaboration and communication, my main focus is interesting contacts and the companies who would like to digitize, who would like to advance their technology, so introduce innovative technologies in their activities. So from business point of view, it is something that will help us develop. Thank you, Olga. And now Valeria and I can say the following. The chamber carries out many activities where you can find partners that ensures really cool networking, and you can use it. When we speak about international exhibitions, we hoping for approval of the exhibition policies, and we hope the state is going to support this dimension. Also, our international partners support the promotion, the B2B contacts. But what I really love to hear from our speakers is that they, on their pathway of scaling up their expert activities, they rely on themselves. As a person who have been working for over 15 years with exporters, is the following. If you only rely on the assistance, on the support, your brand won't be successful enough. Any assistance, any support can be additional fuel, additional driver, but everything depends on us, how competitive we are, how transparent we are, how well we understand for whom and what we do. So this is about unique selling proposal to pack it in this appealing package and let it go to the world and make the world really want us buy and eat. So let us work on that. And just a few words to wrap up our panel. I would like to say just one phrase. Both you and us are not alone. We're a part of global community, and we have to make use of it in the good sense of this word. Ukraine go global. Well, we're letting you go to have your lunch on time. And this a round of applause in advance for you finishing your lunch on time. Well, girls are taking photos. This is the only panel who decided to take photos. First of all, dear friends, I guess this panel was exciting. 500,000 women entrepreneurs in Ukraine. Unfortunately, we don't have this many enterprises, but we want more people to start their businesses. And now the part of the event that many of you see as the most important one, the lunch break. And after that, we come back to the marathon of opportunities. Dear colleagues, we're starting our panel. Dear colleagues, we're about to start our last panel that will be useful to everyone. Please come back to and while people are coming back together, we carry out quite a few events in the chamber, various forums, and it's really difficult after lunch break to bring people back to the conference room. We invite interesting speakers, discuss interesting topics, but we cannot compete with the buffet, with food. So we have to do something really exciting for people to leave their plates and come back. Dear friends, okay, I hope you got some fuel and used this lunchtime not only to have some coffee and sandwiches, but for networking too. And you got to know new people and develop new ideas for the projects. Now we have our last but not the least the panel And the Rolling Stones never play at the beginning of the show, so the most fascinating panel is placed at the end of the forum. Now we're going to see a marathon of opportunities for businesses and startups. You're going to see various projects, various opportunities, many interesting solutions, how to scale up your business, how to expand your export, how to start to export. And I'm inviting to the stage the moderator, Olga Shubina-Korolenko, the head of the UCCI experts of the Chamber of Commerce. Okay, louder, Olga Shubina-Korolenko. Round of applause. Olga, over to you. Thank you very much. Hello again, dear colleagues. We had a very saturated agenda, very busy agenda today. And every event of ours features such a panel. We believe this is a wonderful panel for startups, innovative companies, for SMEs to get to know the speakers who help internationalize the business, enter new markets, finding new financing sources. We have this panel in various panels. It's like a discussion with donors and project representatives. And today's our panel is in the marathon shape, in the marathon mode. Let me explain the rule. Each speaker has 7 minutes. Despite we cannot compete with a buffet, we still have our participants. Some joined online, and the forum is being recorded. So all the information you're going to hear at the event is online already. You can watch the footage. So we believe that that we're ready to present this platform, and I'm suggesting to kickstart it. Dear colleagues, welcome to the Marathon of Opportunities. This is the specialized panel discussion that features the representatives of donors and various projects. They will speak about the opportunities of financing to enter international global markets to get additional skills and knowledge. You know that the support is based on 3 pillars: access to market, access to finances, access to knowledge. And you will hear about them more now. We'll start with our partners. This is JICA Ukraine organization. It brings in Japanese experience and cooperation for recovery and sustainable development of Ukraine. The representative of JICA joins us online.
Yes. Everything is okay? You can start, please.
Okay. I'm Kazuo Mishima. I'm a team leader of the JICA project for the enhancing the private sector engagement for the reconstruction of the Ukraine by supporting the SME in Ukraine, especially in the area of the export promotion. So I'd like to share the outline of our project. So this project aims to support the implementation of the SME development strategies that was formulated the last year. So our project focuses on the mostly 4 areas. The first one is implement the pilot activities to develop the SMEs export competitiveness and promote the SMEs export to Asian market, including Japan market, and enhance the government support for the export of the SMEs. And the second activity is a policy recommendation for the national export promotion. And the third one is a survey on the establishment of the impact investment fund. And last one is a promotion of the SME business relationship with Japan. And then today, I'd like to explain about mostly the first activities, the support to the export of SMEs in Ukraine to Asian market. Currently, we implementing the following activities. The first one is a Japan market entry support service. So under these activities, programs, we provide the advice and information to Ukrainian SMEs how to enter the Japanese market. We have started this service this September, and we have already received several inquiries from the SMEs. And now we are preparing our support to those companies. And we welcome any inquiries anytime. So if you click the QR code below this presentation materials, you can jump to the application format for this Japan market entry support services. And the second activity is implementation of the seminars on how to enter Japanese market by product category. So now we plan to conduct the 4 seminars. First one is a seminar on wine, October 17th, and honey, November 18th, toy, November 12th, and apparel fashion design, December 11th. So on at these seminars, we explain about the market trend, the market competitions, market structures, and also the opportunity for the Ukraine's product. And also we provide the legal information like the import procedures and the standards, etc. And as for these seminars, we will inform make announcement of these seminars around 2 weeks before the seminars. So you can, if you access to the DR, you can get the information of these seminars and you can apply for these seminars. And the third activity is the seminar on ASEAN market for Ukrainian SMEs. So at these seminars, we'd like to introduce the changing consumers of the ASEAN market and also the purchase behavior, import trend, distribution channel, and market competition, etc. So we'd like to explain about the opportunity of the ASEAN market for Ukrainian SMEs. And next activity is a seminar on productivity improvement for SMEs. We planned and will implement these seminars at the request of the associations, Chamber of Commerce. They are very keen in the productivity improvement. So we'd like to introduce the Japanese way of the productivity improvement, start including the productivity, how to evaluate the productivities and the cost management and production planning and quality control and just-in-time method and also the company-wide productivity improvement activities. And also, this is also same. We will make announcement of the seminars, and you can get the information at DR. And next one is a ASEAN Window Program. This is already started and ongoing. We have already selected 10 companies from the areas of the confectionaries, processed fruit and vegetables, and fruit furniture. And now we are providing the hands-on support for these target companies by conducting the corporate diagnosis and also the support to the export plan formulations and also the advice on how to make a promotion in Japanese market. And the last one is a workshop for the institutional enhancement of the national export promotion. This is planned to be conducted in January next year. So, so these are the major activities for the export support of the SMEs. And also, so if you have an interest in these services, please contact our DR or this QR code anytime. And also we will accept your application anytime during the project period. So that's all my explanation of the export support activities conducted by this JICA project. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation. And it was a very my honor to be the first speaker after the lunch break. Thank you very much for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you a lot for this information. It's really important for us to understand what kinds of services, what kinds of activities we have in our country, because we all know that right now export is one of the most important part of our economy, and we want to provide our businesses with these opportunities to understand how to export in other countries. And today our forum name is like Ukraine Go Global. That's why we know that it's really important to provide all these details regarding how to export in other countries, not only EU. Thank you. Thank you a lot.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Ми продовжуємо далі для того.
And let's continue, let's proceed, because we have so many other interesting opportunities ahead. And our next speaker is the representative of Dear Business. We all know this resource. Dear Business will demonstrate the services that help entrepreneurs across Ukraine to get the practical support. We work with this resource and know how valuable it is, not only for business, but also to business supporting organizations. Anton Krinko, pleasure to see you here. Hello, everyone. Please display my presentation. My name is Anton Krinko. I'm the Deputy Director on Digital Transformation, the Office for Support of Entrepreneurship and Business. And we develop the Dear Business. This is the opportunities for business and startup we speak about today. Let me outline the operation of Dear Business. Brief statistics. It was launched in 2020, and during these 5 years, we have over 15 million of visitors and over 50,000 free of charge counseling for entrepreneurs and startups. What is the main important thing for the businesses? This is the access to knowledge and updates. We have this specific section regarding the changes that happen and something that is coming. We also have the announcement of the training programs, the international events, and everything that can be useful for entrepreneurs. We also launched the marketplace of digital solutions. This platform enables the businesses to find the solutions to digitize their processes for the developers and businesses. It's a great opportunity to promote their products for wider audience. Olga mentioned the access to financing as one of the key pillars to business development. We have marketplace of financial opportunities comprising over 500 financing programs, including international donors and other products like leasing, deposits, etc. Our portal also provides consultations. They're absolutely free of charge. We have both offline and online modes. We cover already over 88 topics, including expert. And now on access to knowledge, we have this section of educational training. It has the training courses for those who want to improve or enhance their knowledge, including on expert. Our institution takes part in various dedicated projects. For example, EU program Digital Europe. It aims to improve digital skills of Ukrainian entrepreneurs and improve digital infrastructure. It is a grant program, And the total amount available for Ukrainians is over 6 billion of euro. For example, now we look at semiconductors project and others. My colleague Alexei Grushevsky has already mentioned export opportunities our office provides, but let me repeat again, we have many areas. We work with experts, this exhibitions, looking for partners and other events. Okay, it seems I squeezed into my timing. Please enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you. That was very brief and very urgent. Thank you for the information. And I give the floor to our next speaker, the representative of Budimex. He will provide us with information about transport infrastructure projects for recovery of Ukraine in 2025. Please, you are very welcome. Viktor Dovgany. Olga, thank you very much. My name is Viktor Dovgany. I represent the Polish Foundation that help Polish companies enter the Ukrainian market, and the Ukrainian companies help and enter the Polish company. So I'm a representative of Budimex, so I will tell you about the recovery projects for Ukraine. So my task is, in my opinion, we have turned this page with Poland about the export of Ukrainian. So 300,000 companies were registered by the Ukrainian people. So our business knows very well how to enter the Polish market. And now we will talk about how our business can raise some investment, some money. I will not go into details. I will, our expenditures of expenditures of $524 billion for recovery projects, and $90 billion were registered by the Central Bank. So 50 billions are coming from the Ukraine facility, and 50 billion euros in the format of credit as a part of the frozen Russian assets. So if our loss is $524 billion, but we continue to have to get losses, so we need to raise money. Because the recovery is impossible without investments. And the last Rome conference introduced new mechanisms, so-called recovery foundations. It's like what USA and Ukrainian mineral deal means. It's called US-Ukraine Recovery Foundation. So we are working on the subject. So Poland will provide us with some export financing. So we are planning to sign an agreement. This text is approved. The Ministry of Economy will sign an agreement with agreement about financing. It will like a credit agreement 2016, 100 million. I don't know the current sum of this agreement, but these were money for the recovery projects in building, social housing, energy sector recovery, and the amount will from 10 till 50 million euros. So the banking rate will be 2% of annual rate. So we can plan next recovery projects which may be interested for the Polish business. First of all, it's roads, the main transport corridor between Lviv and Krakivets, the checkpoint, and a big project is also building rail train from Lviv to Poland. Another project will be announced in Chernomorsk port. I think that not only Polish business will take part in this project, and airport concession, but it's too early to talk about it regarding the closing of the airspace in Ukraine. I think that for perspective, the concession, the Uzhgorod airport concession deal. So there are some beneficial credits. I need to emphasize that not only EU members will provide this financing because it's not so easy, and at the Rome conference only Germany, Italy, France and Poland, only 4 countries took part in these projects. Their state-owned banks will operate these finances through Ukraine facility. So business should prepare public-private sector projects. You know that new law will take into force. It deals with the Chernomorsk port project. It's about 100 million euros. It's in brief. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. That was very useful information. And next, I invite the representative IP office. It plays crucial role in protecting the laws, rights of entrepreneurs, and we would like to know more about your possibilities. Thank you very much, Olga. Let me introduce myself. My name is Olga, Director of Department for Innovations. We call it TARC. Please show us the presentation. This is a state-owned organization that has functions in intellectual property area, and this reform took place in 2022 before the full-scale invasion, and the intellectual property didn't speak about innovations before that, and the intellectual property is always about money. When we go to other civilized countries, that's a very clear situation where the intellectual property equals money. So currently our organization is doing their best, so our inventors, start-uppers, receive a fair remuneration. You can see here numerous services that we have in our office. It's not just registration of intellectual property objects, which is our main activity. Here in Ukraine, only we are the only one who do this activity. We provide certificates for inventions, for industrial samples, and plus the expertise of these applications. In the Ukrainian IP office is included into the list of 25th office of research and close to business. We talk about the registration of Ukrainian business. So if you like to have your name and Ukraine or UA in brief, so this is our services. So different tools regarding innovative activities. We have them. We have some different training programs, other educational programs, innovative infrastructure is being developed through regional hubs and by supporting transport and technologies and registration of patents or patent lawyers, as we understand that specialists must be numerous at the market. As for the protection of intellectual property, we have a lot of businesses who has just started their activities and they do not protect their intellectual property. And when we hear that our rights are violated, especially when we are at the when we go to the foreign markets, it means that you have to come back and to protect your intellectual property. And every business, every startup must include IP strategy into its business strategy, because it's a reasonable management of its intellectual property allows them to get profit. So we have also consultations for any applicants starting from representative business startups. You can come to the IP office and have these consultations. We started to work with the DIA business. You can order such consultancy at the DIA business page. So the services about commercialization of products. It's a very important theme. We are not used to estimate the results of intellectual property, but in the civilized countries, you can come to the bank when you take a loan or credit. You can suggest intellectual property as a pledge. We have a provision in our civil code, but we do not use it. As a country, we are not taught to take such benefits from intellectual property. We have a semi-found program. It's very interesting. It was launched by the European Union, where you can receive compensation for registering your intellectual property. For 2024, our SM received almost everyone received their vouchers. All money have already been spent, but since February 2026, this program will be financed. So everyone who has intellectual property, you can receive a compensation up to 70%, but not more than a specific amount. It's very good perspective to receive some compensation, because the registration of intellectual property is very expensive, and for our businesses it's a good service. So we have a lot of innovative cards that provide statistics for each region of Ukraine, veteran programs, healthcare programs. Our IP office is engaged in these activities. We have partnership with Eurofo Farm, who is engaged in this area. We welcome you, so please apply to take part in this program. As for the protection, we have Court of Appeal. This is a mini court where you can complain our decisions, and you can prove that some trademark is not valid. So it's an administrative protection procedure, but it's quite effective, and there is good statistics that work. So it's kind of alternative for court hearing. So there are mediation centers, a lot of educational events. So we are open to partnership as the many our applicants understand the need of protection. This is the better for us as the country. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this insightful and very relevant initiatives, because we work with startups and innovative companies, and we know how important the intellectual property right protection and the knowledge on how to protect their products are important. We speak a lot about new startup projects entering new markets, but this issue is getting increasingly relevant. We realize that even the companies that believe they are quite experienced, they are missing this expertise on protection of intellectual property, especially when entering new markets. So please approach our colleagues, and I can see you establish this communication. That's really great. Let's continue. Let's proceed. Today, our forum is the platform that not only gives you this information knowledge, but also technical and practical ones, and it is supported by a GIZ project Step into EU. It helps Ukrainian companies integrate the EU chains. Dimram, please join us and speak about the directions for businesses, for business associations in your project. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you who are still here and pay close attention to what's happening at the forum. Briefly about our program. It's called Step Into You. This is the support of Ukraine joining the EU, and we'll look at the economy sector. This program is supported by the government of Germany. That allocated 15 million euro for that purpose, but we also negotiate with other donors. So we hope for co-financing, but it's not announced yet, so we won't speak about that. The key partner is the Ministry of Economy, and the key implementer is the GIZ. Our target audience is micro, small, medium-sized businesses, and the program is supposed to last from 2025 to 2028. At this stage, now we're at the preliminary preparation stage, and we're in active phase of negotiations with our key partners, with whom and for whom we're going to implement this program. Our program, the key objective of our program is to improve the economic policy that will enable the Ukrainian companies to integrate into EU market. It has 4 key components. They vary on one hand, but they are closely correlated with one another. First direction is reform support. The second is the reform implementation support. There's regional and economic development priority sectors, and financial sector. Let me speak briefly about each of these dimensions. When we speak about reform support, we mean that we're going to work directly with the Ministry of Economy and will help them on negotiation process, on the accession process. Our priorities are key legislative directions where we work with the Ukrainian government. And our key objective is the expert and consultative support regarding alignment and harmonization of Ukrainian legislation with EU acquis and development of and enhancing capacity and competencies at the ministry to prepare the ministry and the entire country for joining the EU. Second, this is implementation support. It means that we're going to cooperate with the organizations that support business at the national level, with the chamber, with the Office for Entrepreneurship and other key partners. And this cooperation will focus on implementation of all those legal initiatives and dimensions our colleagues from Component 1 worked on. Third dimension is includes regional development, and it implies cooperation with local administrations, local councils, regional local organizations that support business with local chambers. And it will focus on improving the conditions of business operation and preparing our businesses to the challenges and opportunities the EU accession will bring. Financial sector implies cooperation with the National Bank of Ukraine, with the Association of Banks, and two national associations, bank associations, to support them to build up their capacity and building up their capacity in the EU integration process and developing new financial tools to support business. Now, in more details on what I've just mentioned, generally, if we speak about the legal areas we work on, if we speak about negotiation process, we look at the clusters and section of EU key, and our focus is free flow of goods, the intellectual property right legislation, protection of consumers and healthcare, also the horizontal support of Cluster 2 and agreement and ACAA agreement. These are our priorities. However, we have other directions we're looking at. Speaking about the reforms and strategic documents we use as the basis, these are the strategy for MSMEs, the export strategy, the intellectual property rights strategy, the technical regulation strategy, and the regulation. At the regional level, we're going to focus on smart specializations and regional development strategies. If we dive deeper into the regional dimension, we focused on key priority regions we're going to work with. These are Kharkiv, Poltava, Dnipro, Odessa, Vinnytsia, Khmelnytsky, Rivne, Lviv, and Ivano-Frankivsk regions. And speaking about economic dimensions that are our priorities, this food processing area, this textile and clothing, electrical and technical equipment, this information technology telecommunication, and the wood and furniture products. These are key areas we're going to support you. Oh, I'm running out of time, so just a few words to sum it up. Speaking about key approaches we're going to use, this is the dialogue between the state and private sectors, the monitoring and efficiency assessment, building up of institutional capacity, financing, co-financing of individual projects on MSMEs, the development of partnership between EU and Ukraine, and some others you can see on this on display. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. The initiatives that you support is a great opportunity for us to show what we have on the market as of now. Let's move on, and this were the partners of our last year forum. This European Institute for Innovation and Technologies. It supports Ukrainian innovators through training programs, access to European markets and networks. Last year, we co-organized this forum where we shared all the opportunities to our innovators, the startups. We shared the information where they can get money to develop their businesses, and told them and trained them how to enter international markets, how to export and promote the products they produce. And now I'm giving the floor to the representative of European Institute of Information and Technologies. Pleasure. Hello, everyone. My name is Margarita. I'm a communicative manager of IT Community Hub Ukraine, and I'm going to tell you about EIT, about the hub, what we do, and we'll share some opportunities we already have. Could you please display my presentation? Let me start telling you. Our institute is an independent EU body, and it works to enhance EU and Ukrainian innovation ecosystem and the synergy of these two ecosystems. The European Institute has long given access to Ukraine, and our hub was launched in 2023, and in 2024 we've been really active there. We have the total amount of venture investments in IT market amounts to 9.5 billion euro. This is almost 2,500 partners in Europe, and in this case, we speak about businesses, startups, companies, research institutes, etc. Almost 10,000 business gained the support, and almost 2,500 goods and services were launched thanks to that. The institute has various incubators, accelerators for new products, and for new product science-based startups. So many new products are born with these ecosystems. I won't speak too long about the advantages, but besides grant financing, non-financial tools, this is the opportunity for venture investment. So if your businesses consider venture investments, EIT has this opportunity too. EIT is in top 10 of accelerators around the world. We're in top 5 of most efficient inventors, and according to SIF in top 50, it's the brand new analytics of 2025. If we speak about the directions our institute works, these are two key challenges that are addressed by EIT. You can see them and display this: urban mobility, environment, digital and healthcare innovations, production and raw materials. What is interesting is that EIT supports not only innovative startups in their classical mode, but also sustainable, mature businesses that need opportunities to scale up, or some R&D infrastructure enhancement. So the cooperation with the Institute can be interesting in various dimensions. Please follow us because we announce many interesting events, and you can all find this announcement here. The European Innovative Network has been working in Ukraine for several years, since the late 2023. I would like to speak to tell you about some most interesting programs available for Ukraine. So first, EIT Jump Starter. This is the idea holders and very early stages startups. It helps to develop business, improve the business models. Almost 1,000 of startups join the project, and we have Ukrainian startups who right now are taking part in this program. 56 million of euro were obtained. This is the photo from last year final. 3 Ukrainian winners were there. Red Kalina, this is the program that empowers female researchers, innovators, investors, and 12 Ukrainian women made it to the final of Red Kalina. As of now, I know the calls are closed for now, but you can nominate as you find, or you can nominate someone who needs this award. Infra Booster is for organizations that are research-based, and they would like to commercialize it. That is a really great program for institutions and other research organizations. We carry out info days on the basis of our institute. We work on every direction. We call them Kiki, and they cover specific challenges and issues. This year we will have some more info days, and the representatives of the European Institute share the information how you can become partners and what opportunities each KIC provides. And a few words about open calls. We do our best to publish everything, but our institute has many open calls, and you can ask us for certain facilitator. First one is marketplace for energy and innovations. This is innovations in sustainable energy production. You can find many partners, or you can place yourself for interaction and partnership. Another one is innovation call for proposals. This is addressing the issues in various industries. Your business or solution has to address one of those, help address one of those key challenges. The amount is 1.5 up to 1.5 million of euro. Healthcare program is led by various experts to measure the performance of working for sustainable healthcare system. It covers the healthcare workers and innovation healthcare. Student Entrepreneur Grant Scheme supports the graduates or students who have ideas for startups or want to develop certain products. It enables students to get up to 6,000 euro to develop their entrepreneurial spirit or help the students start their own product or business. This initiative covers the consortiums that provide financial tools to upskilling, reskilling of producing, but we look specifically of industry and development of HR, human capital. IT Digital is for IT companies that has digital programs in their pool, and you can see here the conditions, mandatory conditions. Kava call is another open call. and you still have lots of time until the deadline, you can get from 0.5 to 2.5 million of euro to develop the services in raw material areas. This program focuses on researchers and academia to develop master's and PhD modules, including cultural heritage, culture, and we have seen many modules that work with that. Another program for mobility, you can get financing if you have a project that improves urban infrastructure or life in the city. Cybersecurity and data digital provide financial support if you develop your project in the cybersecurity dimension. Our institute has recently launched their community that is focused on AI. So if your project has a complementary AI technology or you develop an AI, you can participate in this challenge and become partners with different companies. We're located in Kiev. You can see our email on the screen. Should you have any questions on what program fits you best, or you want to get any advice, our hub exists to help you, to facilitate you integrate into European ecosystems. Thank you very much. I tried to be as quick as possible.
Thank you very much. It's small advertisement. So on 20 September in Lviv, will be final event for co-founder, and they will give money. So please take opportunities from international partners, international organizations, because money is numerous. There will be 5, 10, or 20,000 euro for different ideas, and the company will receive, and they have already received knowledge how to enter the foreign markets with these new products. Fantastic! Thank you very much for your information. And for the next presentation, I am inviting the representative of the European Digital Innovation Hubs, Olena Fisenko, please. So please provide us with more information. Good afternoon. My name is Fisenko Olena. I'm representative of the Central Ukrainian Yetzich, I would like to start with what is European digital hubs covers in Europe 163 centers. They're located not only in Europe, but in some associated countries. In 2022, in Europe, this network was launched. It consists of 166 hubs. Ukraine joined this network within the framework of the Digital Europe, and 6 hubs were selected in Ukraine, and they received money, finances. One of these hubs is our hub, Central Ukrainian Yedich. And on this slide, you can see who are our partners. Our hub consists of the representative of the universities, institutes. We have 22 associated partners, Ministry of Energy, this chamber, and Dnipro community. When we were working on our hub, we tried to unite the representative of different sectors. Based on training mechanism, we could cover different services. This system works in this way. Digital hubs are located in different regions. They work at regional and national levels. If we talk about Europe, these hubs are located in every European countries. In Ukraine, every tzikh has its own coverage, and we understand that we cover central regions of Ukraine. You can see all regions where we are operating. Our main partners are located in Kyiv, Poltava, Dnipro, and through network of partnerships, we are located in different regions and other regions as well. When we talk about our presence in different regions, maybe you know that this is a big network which contains over 100 research institutes in different regions of Ukraine, and through partnership organizations, we have presence in all the regions. We also have a representative office at the Chamber of Commerce and representatives in all the regions. So in general, networks, European network, it's quite a young network, but there are 44,000 different servers. If you surf internet and you find their main website, you will see you'll see actual representatives on the map and the representation of different services. These services are divided into 4 main types: test before invest, it's access to expertise and laboratory and equipment. If you're representative of a company, startup, and you need to test your technology, you may reach out to Digital Innovation Hub, and they will try to analyze it. I would like to say that depending on the complication of your task, it may be free of charge or it may cost. So this digital service is also global for all tzikh. It's a training and skill module. A lot of trainings are being developed, and you can see that every week you can find different trainings in English primarily, but there are some trainings in Ukrainian. Most of them are free of charge. You can also use it. They're related to different directions, innovation or digitalization. These trainings are small and medium enterprises and for state authorities. And next service, it's a networking, because even right now, this networking consists of over 200 organizations, and they have representative offices in all Europe. So how the services are provided? We start with the digital assessment when a company finds us, and we have a special tool that analyzes your company or your technology. It depends on your request, and we analyze your advantages, your disadvantages, your strong or weak points. There are about 200 hubs. We compare with other hubs from other countries, and we provide you with the digital assessment. And then we develop a roadmap in improving digitalization knowledge, or how to improve your technologies, or how to elaborate individual plan for your company, how to seek client partners, how to raise money, any finances, or if you want to raise some technology, we may provide you with some analysis, expertise, test before invest, and we organize the last module. It's a networking and ecosystem creation. You can see here on this slide the events supported by us, and thanks to us, you can find access not to the event organized by us, but to the events of our partners, because these centers are located in different regions of Europe, and the base of events is updated every day, and you can find very easily different forums, expositions, roundtables, trainings. So this is a quite mighty tool. This is my last slide, and I would like to say, so this is the event that will take place in October, Digital Innovation Forum. We are inviting all of you. There will be three main parts. First, informative block. It's informative day, and we are planning to discuss raising, to discuss how to get involved to the Ministry of Education in terms of digital transformation of Ukraine, and then we'll start to receive application from innovative organizations, startups for the competition, health tech competition, and smart manufacture energy efficiency tech, and digital solution ICT. So summing up this competition, the winners will receive a reward. It will be money to take part in specializing events interesting for them, and there will be special prize for health and rehabilitation partners. This is a brief information, and we will be very thankful if you are our client and if you take opportunity to use our services. I would like to emphasize that our partners are located in 4 different regions, and via our main website you can choose the partner. You have possibility to work, or maybe you had preliminary contacts. So this is our central office. Thank you very much. Ms. Elena, thank you very much. And I would like to say that we are proud of being central Lady Hubs. So thank you very much for such opportunities. And for the next speech, I invite Ukrainian Startup Foundation, who will provide startups with the support. Ukrainian Startup Fund will share its possibilities, how to assess their business. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Please, presentation. So, I would like to tell you about the Ukrainian Startup Fund. So please, next slide. So, in Ukraine, there is a state authority Innovation Development Center. So their goals is to invest into companies who promote national interests. So this is the driver of national ecosystem, and it helps to create a positive image of Ukraine and to present technologies around the world. So there are 2 directions: civil directions and military cluster Brave 1. So I will tell you about USF. So our main activity is providing grants for the Ukrainian startup. So we have been working since 2018, and we have given 571 grants for 0.5 million hryvnias. So we have a big pool of experts who assess these grant applications. We have over 200 experts from different sectors. You can find QR code and you can find the requirements for application. Our classic program has been postponed, but at the IT arena, we will announce next stage for these grants, and you can use this QR code to see all the requirements. And we provide price vouchers. The amount is quite high. We have already given 84 grants, and our fund has been considered as one of the successful between 2020 2024. And next, this is educational innovations. We create different educational products. You can use this QR code to find the link for training for 100 million pupils. We have translated into Ukrainian this course, and if you choose this course, you will have possibilities to apply for 100% scholarship in Arizona. So this is one of the advantage of this training. So we are working with the educational institutions in Ukraine, and we are partners for 25 universities, and we have created a network of 6 schools, and we are developing the startup schools so that could provide us with good, high-quality startups. And based on the European models, we would like to see the appearance of the startup even at the university. So Berkeley University and Monk University, and there is a program for research startups. There are 10 participants, and it's a good idea to receive such acceleration for free. So there are different ecosystem events, so workshops, trainings, webinars, invest demo days, where we are conducting different panel discussion to discuss urgent challenges. And we have some other events so they could resolve some problems. And we have B-Founder programs. This program is permanent. You can also use QR code. And next direction of our activity, it's technological missions. Over 20 delegations go to different countries, to the USA, Canada, Japan, Saudi Arabia. These are different countries. So right now, for example, we will go to Lisbon to Web Summit in November, and recently different delegations, Novovatek and X, went there. So you can also scan this QR code and you will see the update of the possibilities. So we are working with big businesses. This is a corporate innovative program. We take their challenges and we try to find a startup that who could solve their problems. For example, that was a program organized with Nova Pošta, and if you know robotics, so within the framework of our program, we made them acquainted demo robotics and Nova Pošta, and now the whole process of sorting is automated. So this year we also had a program with Glovo, and 2 winners will go to Barcelona for the internship free of charge, and they will have internship in head offices so we have such programs with FOSI, Eco Group, and others. So our international activity. So this fund is a part of European Digital Hub, and they are directed to the deep tech. And within the framework of this hub, we have consultations and specialized demo day and matchmaking investments, B2B events, and different trainings. So you can scan this QR code because this program has been launched this year, and it will last 4 years. And within the framework of the hub, there are a lot of events, and you can see a lot of services. Another project. We have already financed over 300 projects for the amount over 10 million euros. And next week we will make announcement about last finances within the framework. But we have any other kind of supports, and one of the best program is market discovery workshop. Before entry into any market, you can find our YouTube channel and found the video about market discovery workshop, and you may understand if this market is suitable for you. And if you understand that you want to go there, you may find the announcement about further demo days and find investors from these countries. If you see demo day United Kingdom, it means that the investors are not Ukrainian, but from Great Britain. So that's all. I call you to scan link 3. We update all programs, all events, and if you go to this link 3, you will you will know about all events. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have just a few programs, but now I would like to switch to a cluster topic, because the development of cluster development is one of the dimensions of business development. EU places a great focus and hopes on internationalization that will promote our projects abroad. And I'm inviting now the cluster representative and chamber representatives. That's UAE-EU clusters 5.0 that integrate the clusters of according to the concept Industry 5.0 from Portugal. This key partners are Chernihiv Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We also have Ukrainian clusters that are represented in this project. Now we invite the manager of our chamber to speak about this initiative in more details. Hello, dear colleagues. I'm happy to present this EU initiative, EU 50. It opens additional opportunities for Ukrainian companies. This project is an international partnership between Ukraine, Italy, and Portugal. The project is going to be implemented until the end of 2026. Its key aim is to integrate Ukrainian business into European business environment. The focus is on small, medium-sized companies who integrate digital solutions and seek new markets. What is Industry 5.0 concept? That's the continuation of Industry 4.0. It used to focus on automation and digitalization. Down in 5.0, the focus is placed more on individual. It is more socially responsible business, environmentally sustainable one. It means better performance of companies, the access to new markets, and improved competitiveness. The European market is now open to Ukrainian business, and it is a Ukrainian opportunity window that we can't fail to use now. The European Union is interested in partnership with Ukrainian companies. This project enables companies to find customers, engage investments, and go global. The key priorities of the projects are the following. First, investments, cooperation, internationalization, and innovation. Let's look at each in more details. Investments in the access to grants, the private investments, the business plan development, and development strategies. The promotion of cooperation, the joint projects with universities, with institutions, etc. Speaking about internationalizations, it implies B2B meetings, then seeking partners overseas, participation in the fairs. Innovations include R&D development, new production means, etc. The closest event in this project is SMAO Milano 2025. This is the biggest Italian event in innovations and technologies. Every year, it brings together over 50,000 participants, including companies, startups, corporations, investors. And within this project, the companies will have, for the first time, will have a chance to be presented at this exhibition. The companies get opportunities not only within small events. There will be B2B, personal B2B meetings with potential partners. They will get the access to Open Innovation Lab. So the companies will be provided ready-made solutions to address the issues, and these solutions will be produced through famous corporations. It is also going to be a chance for the companies to present themselves and their activities, and each company is guaranteed at least 3 meetings. Within this project, each company not only after SMAO exhibition, but within other activities, will get business connections, business networking, new contracts in the EU countries, and the opportunity to launch some pilot projects with the international corporations. They will improve the recognition of their brands and get the access to new markets and financing sources. The project does not limit itself to this exhibition. We have other scheduled events that are participated by Ukrainian companies. Our next event is going to be hosted by Portugal in January next year. And SMEs, Ukrainian SMEs are going to be engaged into cluster activities program. Who can apply? We invite SMEs in technologies, digitalization, and innovations, especially those who have already introduced the Industry 4.0 solutions and are on the pathway of digital transformation. The main thing is to be open for B2B meetings, to be a Ukrainian company incorporated in Ukraine, and one of the key issues is a membership in one of Ukrainian clusters who partners with this project. This is either Chernihiv IT cluster or International Cluster for Innovations and Creative Industries. To join the events or activities within this project, we invite you to become a member of one of the clusters who are partnered with the project, to follow the announcements and events, to submit timely applications to take part in these activities, to go through the selections to meet the criteria of the project, and eventually get the support by manager directors, by clusters, by partners. These logistics issues for participation in the events, consultations, and preparation to various events. So UAE Cluster 5.0 is more than a project. It's another opportunity for Ukrainian business, for Ukrainian companies to go into new European market and jointly create our environment, to make our environment more competitive while becoming a part of the European market. You can see a link on the screen. It will give you more information about the project and the further events. Well, it seems my timing is perfect today. Thank you very much. Now we'll speak about Erasmus for young entrepreneurs. This program and the project we've been proceeding from 2017. Erasmus for young entrepreneurs is not only a program for young businesses, but it's a chance to internationalize, engage investments, and this program is one of the key EU programs, along with some others we've mentioned today. To present all the opportunities of this program, by giving the floor to Dina Sidash. Over to you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to share some information in my general review of the European program for young entrepreneurs. But in fact, it's only about young entrepreneurs, but all entrepreneurs who want to start their business or have some ideas, those who didn't have business but would like to start up. So this program enables our entrepreneurs travel to Europe and get engaged into exchange programs at one of the European companies. It will give them this valuable experience they didn't have before. It is meant for the entrepreneurs who would like to cooperate with European companies, but not only. All those European values exercised in the European companies will be learned from by our companies, and our business people will learn how to work based on European business standards and use the experience of their European counterparts. Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs is sponsored, financed by European Commission, and is enacted locally on the contact points, focal points. Many Ukrainian cities have them across Ukraine. One of such focal points is Chernihiv, Dnipro, National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So you have a chance to participate in this program through our numerous partners. So we have many focal points in Ukraine where you can apply. Who can apply for these programs? These are new entrepreneurs with the experience of under 3 years. This could be even students of the age above 18. Speaking about the age, it doesn't have a limit. If you hit 18, and no upper limit. If you have an interesting idea for business and your business is younger than 3 years, do not hesitate to apply for this program. You can apply there through European Commission website. They have their own procedure for application. You register at that portal. You upload there your CV, your business plan. If you don't have the experience of creating a business plan, you will get the help from the local focal points. You approach your local focal point that is the most convenient for you, that fits you best, and the colleagues who work at such points, they will help create you the business plan that is relevant to this platform. So you apply, and the platform is looking for a host company to get started this exchange program. You are accompanied by the experts who work in this system. This both Ukrainian managers and the host company. The presentation we will hand you over. There has all the list of all the countries and the focal points, and the list of amounts of compensation depending on the country you travel to for internship. It is partially compensated. It's a lump sum that depends on the country you travel to. It is calculated. In fact, starting from 1 month. So the internship is from 1 month to 6 months. We have the support office at the European level. I would like to say that the entire process of application is free of charge, so you can approach any focal points, local focal points, and the experts there have to provide them all the support free of charge. This presentation has the chart that shows the monthly compensation in this or that country. I would like to remind you that the eligible participants are 18 plus and without top limit. This is someone who has just started their business, who has the idea and has under 3 years of entrepreneurial activities. This person is supposed to be a permanent resident of one of the participating member, has the idea reflected in the business plan, and the focal point experts will help you create the plan. This person should be motivated and be ready to cover expenses of traveling abroad from their own money. Another thing is that the participants can only participate in this program once, so pay attention to that. These are the contacts of Dnipro Chamber. We're a focal point in the Dnipro. But let me remind you that the National Chamber, Chernihiv Chamber are other focal points depending on your location and who. So we invite the entrepreneurs and the 3 years of experience apply for this program and learn from the experience of European colleagues. Thank you for invitation. Thank you very much, and we are closer to the end. I would like to say this. We have already got many questions regarding the presentation of the speakers. I repeated both to those who are online, offline. There is a QR on the other side, on the overleaf of your badge. But we will absolutely share with our registered participants the follow-up or email with the link to these presentations. And the last but not the least project, which I'm really passionate about and which I'm involved in since 2016, this is the Enterprise Europe Network. I'll be really quick in outlining and speaking about this project. Enterprise Europe Network is the network that helps Ukrainian companies grow and enter European markets. We've been working with this project since 2016. Not only us, but the entire system, network of chambers, and not only chambers, but also other partners in Ukraine. It aims to internationalize enter foreign markets, innovation, technology, and business development, transfer of technologies. Everything it takes to develop business can be found there. So what AEN is? It is a vast opportunity platform available in 60 countries of the world. It comprises 2,000 business supporting organizations, including chambers, banks, institutions, clusters, NGOs, all of those who on a daily basis support business both in Ukraine and abroad. As of now, we have 10 partners in our network. This is the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Ukraine. It's been the network coordinator for several years. This is the Technology Transfer Office at the Physics Institute, the Taras Shevchenko National University, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, State Financial Institution, Ukrainian Cluster Alliance, and IT and Kharkiv IT Cluster. Starting this year, we've been joined by Platforma Nazovny, Expert Credit Agency, and Ukraine Foundation that was established with the support of EU. And since the onset of full-scale invasion, it has carried out social functions and supports the business. We had projects with women entrepreneurs, had cooperation with orphanage that hosted the children affected by war. You can see the services available beyond the network. We will share a link and you can use it to see the opportunities. The Enterprise Europe Network enables you to describe, to provide information and describe your project and services. You can upload the photos and you will have a chance to contact direct buyers through your managers. But anyway, you get the direct leads. If you uploaded the information about your company, you can monitor the views monitor the feedback. You will have action plan of how to achieve certain success stories, because, for example, signing the contract, which is very important to us. It's within the framework of EN, we provide many information on events, B2B events, company missions that are carried out by our partner organizations and the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Ukraine. We realize how difficult it is to travel abroad for business representatives. So we support almost everyone with B2B online platform that makes it possible to plan your meetings in B2B mode online. And you can upload the information about your products, photos. It will enable you to engage new partners and shape your schedule for any event online. You can see how the inquiry about your products is shaped. You post the information regarding what you're looking for, and if the company gets interested in what it looks like, they request additional information. They say, please leave the direct contacts of the company. After that, your company makes several manipulations, ask whether this partner is interesting for you, and after that, this partner either gets or doesn't get your contacts depending on your decision. You have to contact and work constantly with your manager because he or she informs you about the accessible events in Ukraine, so you can get information and can ask about the tariffs, regimes, or any other nuances related to your export country. Not that we can do absolutely everything, but we can do much, and we provide the services absolutely free of charge. And since we work in almost every region, you will have access to these services no matter your location. This is what our pages look like. We have this operative website. It's like big platform opportunities. We also have the website of consortium. It is the very important website translated into Ukrainian. It's being upgraded now, and we have the information regarding our planned events and something we have already completed. Currently, this network includes 64 countries of the world. You can work with all of them. Some are EU countries, some are not. So, in any case, we have offices and centers you can approach to get this information. Since I'm a moderator of this panel and have to respect timing, I'd rather wrap it up. But let me tell this. The opportunities that were presented today, including the Enterprise Europe network, is something you can use, and that's all free of charge. It's free. Very often when companies approach us and we carry this panel on a regular basis, the companies say, wow, we got many useful cases, many tools that we're not even aware of these free of charge mechanisms that will enable us to enter new markets and expand our horizons. So you and our participants online are now aware of that. We're open for cooperation. Of course, we have certain limitations, but timing, we schedule our time carefully, but we do our best to work with business partner organizations as much as we can. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share about this opportunity. Let me repeat the word, and enjoy the rest of your day. I'm giving the floor to the main moderator of the event.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Olga. Dear friends, so let's finish our event. I hope that was very interesting for you. I hope that you have imported the motivation and inspiration, because we did our best to make it happen. I would like to tell you a story about export, so everyone understands correctly what our expert is all about. Last year, I was at the negotiations of one of our clients. This is Ukrainian company, which extracts graphite. I will not tell the name of this company, not to make advertisement for the business of Gennady Butkevich. And we talked with the Ukrainian potential partners, and they asked, who are your competitors? Talca Group, Northern Graphite, maybe BlackRock, maybe why not? No, 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 you didn't understand us. So why are you naming the companies? Which countries? So we are looking at the company competitors. No, that's not correct. There is no graphite produced by the Ukrainian company. There is Ukrainian graphite because any Ukrainian product is a product of the state regulation as a result of support or restrictions created by the state. This is the result of the entrepreneurial ideas. This is the result of support or non-support of such a business, which is bought or not bought. So your competitors, who? China, Australia, Brazil, which country is your competitor? In general, there is a competition of the Ukrainian product with the Brazilian product, with the American product, because when something is very sold abroad, it means that all the rest products will be sold very well as well. Because if we can export Bosch or our metallurgy or our crops, that will create trust from other markets. Why did I tell this story? Everyone who is here, entrepreneurs, civil servants, politicians, the civil society, international experts, we are all in the same boat. We need to understand it. We are here all together. Or we'll achieve the results, or nobody will do it. So we need to interact, to cooperate, to support each other, and to move forward. As Gennady Dmitrievich said, that please move forward and all together. So thank you very much. Thank you to all speakers. Thank you to all moderators. Thank you for being here, and to the whole team of the Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So till